Chapter 2975. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Lai lay on the ground with a bruised face. His clothes were disheveled, and he was panting heavily. He looked like a helpless young girl who had been ravaged by 100 strong men. His eyes were swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was almost unnoticeable. His handsome face was even more tragic, almost deformed. Next time, if you dare to disrespect me or Qing, you'll end up like this. Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. Zhu Lai tilted his head to the side, ignoring him. He secretly decided that where there was life, there was hope. Didn't the human race have a saying, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him"? He would endure for a moment so that he could erupt at a better time. One day, he would let this dragon know how powerful he was. Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation art and returned to his original form. Yang, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao's timid voice came from the other side. Save me. Yang Kai turned his head to look and suddenly felt like laughing. He saw that the little black dog had unknowingly run to Li Jiao's side and was sniffing at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, and it would occasionally stick out its tongue to lick Li Jiao's exposed skin. Li Jiao had been eroded by the demonic qi, emitting a smell similar to the demon race. It was probably because of this that he attracted the little black dog's attention. The scene of it swallowing a blood demon king was still vivid in his mind. So Li Jiao was very afraid of this little beast. In addition, this was a pet beast brought by Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only ask Yang Kai for help. But wow, that's not food. Yang Kai called out. Only then did the little black dog glance at Li Jiao reluctantly. It then obediently walked back and leaped into Zhu Qing's arms. Perverted dog. Yang Kai looked at it with disdain. Speaking of which, the little black dog used to only be close to him, but ever since it met Zhu Qing, it had always been by her side, refusing to leave. Zhu Qing said, "What nonsense are you saying? It's a female dog." Kai Yang was flabbergasted. "Are you serious?" He had never paid attention to the little black dog's gender. He walked over and grabbed the little black dog's tail, wanting to lift it up to take a look. However, Zhu Qing slapped his hand away. "What's the big deal about taking a look?" Yang Kai mumbled and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He looked at Li Jiao and Zhu Lai and said, "Since you found him, let's set off for Yin Wind Mountain." Li Jiao asked, "What kind of place is Yin Feng Mountain?" Yang Kai said, "If you want to leave this world, that's the only exit." Li Jiao's spirit was immediately shaken as he stood up energetically. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly." Among the people present, his cultivation was not the lowest. After all, there was Yang Kai, who was at the bottom. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, he was eroded by the demonic qi and felt uncomfortable all over. He could not wait to leave this damned place as soon as possible. "Let's go." Yang Kai summoned his flowing cloud shuttle as he spoke. Zhu Qing walked in with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also entered the shuttle with a smile on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and looked not far away. "Do you want to come in?" "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, an expression of disdain on his face. Anyone who had just been beaten up would not be in a good mood, let alone in the dragon race. "Forget it if you don't want to come." Yang Kai curled his lips and did not insist. In any case, he had already invited them, so they could not blame him if they did not want to come in. Zhu Lai did not treat him as his brother-in-law, so there was no need for him to warm up to them. He directly entered the shuttle and identified the direction. Circulating his Emperor Qi, he drove the flowing cloud shuttle in the direction of Yin Wind Mountain. The speed of a flying Emperor artifact was extremely fast. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Jiao was very self-aware. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, urging his strength to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. The restlessness in his heart continued to grow. Yang Kai had just encouraged him to go to Zhulai for some dragon blood to suppress and expel the demonic qi in his body. Although it sounded unrealistic, he took it seriously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Dragon blood had divinity and could definitely expel and suppress the demonic qi. For a flood dragon like him, dragon blood had another important function, which was to purify his bloodline. His cultivation had already reached its peak, and there was no hope for him to improve in this lifetime. If he wanted to increase his strength, the only way was to start with his bloodline. Back then, he had narrowly escaped death and brought back a dragon blood flower from the frozen ground. For 300 years, he had continuously used his own blood to cultivate it. When the melon had finally ripened, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart ache. At that time, the one who had taken the dragon blood flower from him was Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race. He did not even dare to think about retaliating. However, compared to true and pure dragon blood, the dragon blood flower was simply too weak. If he could obtain a drop of dragon blood, the benefits would be much greater than consuming 100 dragon blood flowers. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to control himself. He definitely could not beat Zhu Lai in a fight. He was wondering if he should tell Zhu Lai. Maybe he would agree to give him a drop of dragon blood. With his head full of random thoughts and the demonic qi in his body tumbling, the little black dog raised its head from Zhu Qing's arms and stared at Li Jiao with burning eyes. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, he's following us." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Don't bully him like this in the future. Most people in the dragon race have this kind of temper. He didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Your temper doesn't seem to be like this." Although Zhu Qing was indeed extremely arrogant when they first met, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, things changed after that. "Only towards you. Who told you to?" Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. "I should have known that you weren't a good person. Then why did you keep following me?" Yang Kai stuck his face close to her. Zhu Qing reached out and blocked his chest, then shyly gestured to the side. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao, who was meditating, and angrily cursed. If he hadn't known, he wouldn't have let this guy come up. The reincarnation world really wasn't that big. With the flowing cloud shuttle speed, Yang Kai and the others arrived near the Yin Wind Mountain in just a day. In the distance, a huge ancient castle stood a few hundred kilometers away from a mountain peak. The ancient castle's construction was extremely rough and ferocious. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast that was crawling there, ready to devour people at any time. Outside the ancient castle, there were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. There was no plan at all, and the messy buildings formed a special city in this place. Demon Fury City, the gathering point of the demon race in the reincarnation world. The entire Demon Fury City was much larger than the human sovereign city. After all, the Demon Fury City didn't need any barriers to resist the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The demon race wasn't like the human race. No matter how the laws of the reincarnation world changed, they wouldn't be affected too much. It could even be said that when the laws of the demon territory leaned towards them, they were like fish in water. At this place, the demonic qi outside was already quite dense. Moreover, the demonic qi here had a trace of icy characteristics. It could almost be called the cold demonic qi. It was because the Demon Fury City was close to the foot of the Yin Wind Mountain, and the Yin wind blowing from the Yin Wind Mountain had this characteristic. It was bone-chilling and caused people to develop demonic thoughts. The demon race built the Demon Fury City here for the sake of better cultivation. The closer it was to the Yin Wind Mountain, the denser the demonic qi was. and the more suitable it was for the demon race to increase their strength. Hundreds of thousands of years of research allowed them to reduce the influence of the cold as much as possible while absorbing the demonic chi into their bodies, turning it into their capital for growth. When the flowing cloud shuttle broke through the void, many experts in the Devil Fury city naturally sensed it. Numerous figures flew up from the city and hovered in the void. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the Demon Fury city was densely packed with people. There were at least several thousand of them, and there was no lack of Demon King-level existences among them. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped outside the Demon Fury city, and Yang Kai slowly walked out of it. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him as powerful divine consciousness swept over, causing the surrounding void to distort and deform. Yang Kai had a calm expression on his face and a faint smile on his face. "Insolent human, how dare you trespass into my Demon Fury city? You're simply courting death. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kill him. Kill him. Let me do it. I want to suck his yang chi dry. And let him die." One demon king after another shouted. No human had ever dared to come to the Demon Fury city so openly. It was simply unreasonable. Many demon kings felt that the dignity of the demon race had been violated, so naturally they couldn't just ignore it. The pitch-black demonic chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sky, turning into a huge black cloud that slowly advanced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and said in a clear voice, "This young master wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range and is just passing by. I have no intention of starting a conflict with you, so if it is convenient, I hope you can accommodate me." Ha ha ha! What did this little brat just say? He wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? Is he courting death? Everyone says that humans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. With such little strength, he wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range? This king is going to laugh himself to death. Little brother, why are you courting death? Even we demon kings don't dare approach the Yinfeng mountain range lightly. If you go there, I'm afraid you will die 10 times out of 10. Why don't you stay and chat with Elder Sister? Elder Sister is very lonely here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for Elder Sister's concern, but I really do want to go to the Yinfeng mountain range, so I can only accept Elder Sister's kindness. Can I trouble Elder Sister to tell the other demon kings to let me pass?" The succubus demon who spoke had a faint smile on his face and a pure expression, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. After listening to Yang Kai's words, he asked with a naive expression, "Little brother, why are you going to the Yinfeng mountain range?" "It is rumored that the Yinfeng mountain range has a way to leave this world, so I want to go look for it." The succubus demon nodded. "There is indeed such a rumor, but whether it is true or not, no one can guarantee. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just giving it a try. If I really can't find a way out, then I'll come back and accompany Elder Sister. Little brother has a big tool and good skills, so he definitely won't disappoint Elder Sister." The succubus demon covered her mouth and laughed. "Ayaya, what are you saying, little brother? It's really embarrassing." All right, seeing how sincere you are, Elder Sister will help you ask, but whether they are willing to let you pass is not something I can control." Chapter 2976. As the succubus demon spoke, he actually turned around and asked in place of Yang Kai. However, the demon kings that were asked all shook their heads and looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. The succubus demon turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a regretful expression. "Little brother, it's not that this big sister doesn't want to help, but they aren't willing to let you pass. What do you think we should do?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank this big sister, and you should stand to the side." "What are you planning to do?" The succubus demon was slightly startled. Yang Kai said seriously, "Since they aren't willing to take the initiative to back away, then we can only use force." Big sister, you look so delicate and weak, so it's best if you stand a bit further away to avoid accidentally injuring yourself. The succubus demon was dumbfounded when he heard this. He felt that Yang Kai's words were extremely absurd. A mere low-ranked demon king was actually spouting nonsense here? Was he not tired of living? However, seeing that his expression was extremely sincere, the succubus demon cautiously asked, "Are you saying you want to fight?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and immediately started fighting. With a raise of his hand, the simple and unadorned mountains and rivers bell appeared. An extremely ancient and desolate aura spread out with a bang, and the profound patterns on the bell flickered with light. A force that could suppress all things descended from the sky, like an invisible heavy hammer smashing down. Sensing this suppressive force, many of the demon race's powerhouses in the air paled. This was because under the suppressive force, they felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. Their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't breathe properly. Their bodies involuntarily began to fall. Some of the weaker demon commanders coughed up blood and began to dance in the air. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stabilize themselves and began to fall one after another. Even those demon kings with profound cultivations found it difficult to move freely. They had no choice but to use secret techniques to break free from the restraints of this suppressive force. The mountains and rivers' bells suddenly grew in size and directly pressed down from the sky. The huge shadow of the bell covered the light in front of several demon kings. Amidst their panic screams, the bell swallowed them like the mouth of a giant beast. With a loud bang, the mountains and rivers' bell fell to the ground, and the entire Devil's Wrath city shook 3 times. Many of the buildings that weren't very sturdy collapsed in an instant. The entire place was silent, as the eyes of all the members of the demon race were filled with shock as they stared blankly at the huge bell. Below the bell, there should be several demon king with high cultivation being suppressed, one of which could even be ranked in the top 10 of the entire demon rage city. However, such a powerful demon king didn't even have time to react in the face of such a terrifying attack. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The answer would be revealed soon. Yang Kai formed a seal, and the mountains and rivers' bells shrank and flew back to his hand, leaving behind several mutilated corpses on the ground. Each corpse looked like a biscuit, as if someone had rolled their corpses with a rolling pin. Gasps rang out as the faces of all the members of the demon race changed. The demon kings who had previously ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't say a word, only fear spreading in their hearts. Every member of the demon race unconsciously stepped back, wanting to open up the distance between them and Yang Kai. A casual attack from him had such power. Who in Devil's Wrath City could stand against him? Even the most powerful demon king couldn't do this. If they really provoked this person to start a massacre here, it was likely that the entire Devil's Wrath City would be destroyed. Ha ha! The succubus demon who had spoken earlier turned pale as she swallowed her saliva and said, "Little brother, you're really bad. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger to scare others. Big sister was almost scared to death by you." She squeezed out a smile on her face, but it was uglier than crying. Her voice was trembling. Obviously, she was extremely scared. Although she was a demon king, her strength was only in the lower tier of the entire Devil's Wrath City. If that attack had been used on her, she definitely wouldn't have had a good end. Only now did she realize that this harmless, smiling human actually possessed such destructive power. Yang Kai held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and shook his head. "Big sister, what you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" The succubus demon's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had said something wrong and was in for a bad time. She glanced at the small bell in horror. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai sternly said, "I never said that I wasn't a tiger. So how could I pretend to be one?" Yes, that's exactly the reason." The succubus demon repeatedly agreed, They were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, looking down on us like dogs. They deserved to die. Yong-kai smiled and said, Big Sister really knows how to chat. I can't help but want to chat with Big Sister for a while longer. Ayaya, what should I do? I still have urgent matters to attend to. Ha ha. The succubus demon's face stiffened as she turned to the side and said, Since you have urgent matters to attend to, then go quickly. Don't delay the time. Fine. Yong-kai nodded. Then this young master will take his leave first. Now, no one wants to stop me, right? The succubus demon shook her head and said, Naturally, no one is blind. The many demon kings all wore solemn expressions, but none of them dared to speak casually. They were afraid that if they spoke too much, they would provoke the human again and kill a few more of them. That's good. Yong-kai winked at the succubus demon. Big Sister, you don't have to be so sad and worried. This young master might come back again. When that time comes, I'll definitely talk with Big Sister through the candlelight and let Big Sister experience this little brother's charm. How am I sad and worried? The succubus demon cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She was feeling very uncomfortable inside. The group of demon kings also had ugly expressions. Yong-kai's words made their hearts jump. They only wanted this guy to quickly get lost and die in the ill-wind mountains. How could they hope for him to come back and kill them? Fortunately, Yong-kai didn't say anything else. Otherwise, these demon kings might really go crazy. The flowing cloud shuttle once again tore through the sky, heading straight for the ill-wind mountains a few hundred li away. The succubus demon fiercely breathed out. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. When the cold wind blew, her entire body felt cold. Many pairs of eyes looked at her. The succubus demon gritted her teeth and said, What are you all looking at me for? I didn't kill them. You shouldn't have said so much to him. A powerful demon king coldly snorted. Demon Fury City had never lost so much face before. Not only had someone barged into their city, but he had even killed a few demon kings without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, no one was able to stop that human's violence. The demon race had lost all face. Naturally, they needed someone to take the blame for this, and the succubus demon, who was the only one who had come in contact with Yong-kai, was the best and only choice. How can you blame me for this? The succubus demon screamed, feeling that she had been wronged. If you had talked to him properly, Demon Fury City wouldn't have suffered such an unexpected calamity. Ooh, the succubus demon looked at the demon king in a daze. She never thought that this would be the reason for her being scolded. Someone else is coming. The demon king turned its head and saw a handsome red-haired young man walking over. His expression was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he was worried about something. He had barged into Demon Fury City without the slightest scruple, treating all the demon race powerhouses as if they were nothing. It was as if he had entered his own backyard. The Demon King was enraged. Demon Fury City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? The human who had barged in before was fine. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, his treasure was shockingly powerful. Who did this guy think he was? He signaled with his eyes, and many of the demon race powerhouses immediately flew into the air to block the red-haired young man's path. Zhu Lai stopped and coldly swept his gaze forward. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The matter between Zhu Qing and Yong-kai had made him extremely annoyed, but what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't know how to deal with it in the future. He had nowhere to vent his anger, but now someone had come knocking on his door. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. He calmly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" This question was a bit strange, but many of the demon race powerhouses still subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Under everyone's gazes, A tall and sturdy man with a monstrous demonic chi stepped forward and said in a thunderous voice, "This King Hao Fei, who are you?" It was the guy who had reprimanded the succubus demon. Among all the demon kings, he was recognized as the strongest. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a demon saint. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough within 100 years. As long as he could become a demon saint, he could launch a large-scale attack on the human sovereign city and change the situation in the reincarnation world that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. He could enslave the humans and turn this world into the backyard of the demon race. He had the ambition and the potential to do so. Just now, Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to unleash a terrifying attack. He had thought about it for a moment and estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, so he had swallowed his pride. But now he couldn't be a coward. The demon race were warlike and worshipped the strong. If he didn't answer, he would be looked down upon by his people, which would be detrimental to his own cultivation. He secretly made up his mind to humiliate this red-haired young man and let him know the strength of the strongest powerhouse in Demon Fury City. He looked ahead disdainfully, his eyes empty, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Zhu Lai lightly spat out a single word, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a streak of fire and crashed towards the demon king, called Hao Fei like a meteor. His movements were as fast as lightning. Hao Fei's expression changed. When Zhu Lai made his move, he instinctively felt the strength of his opponent. He hurriedly activated his demonic chi to resist. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out, causing pain to one's eardrums. This dragon's roar seemed to contain an extremely strange power. When it entered Hao Fei's ears, it actually caused the demonic chi in his body to pause and show signs of dispersing. He was shocked and quickly stabilized his mind. But at this moment, his vision suddenly turned fiery red. It was as if the entire world was burning, and an incomparably large dragon head suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Those majestic dragon eyes looked down at him from above, causing Hao Fei's entire body to stiffen and his hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2977. In the blink of an eye, Hao Fei's body shook and froze in place. The sound of something shattering came from inside his body. Zhu Lai's whereabouts were revealed behind Hao Fei. He exhaled softly, and his mood suddenly became much better. He coldly snorted and ignored the other demon race members. He chased after Hao Fei. No one tried to stop him, and no one dared to. It wasn't until a long time after Zhu Lai had left that a demon called out Hao Fei's name softly, but he didn't get a response. Hao Fei was frozen in midair, as if he had been immobilized. His expression and eyes didn't change in the slightest, like a lifelike statue. "Master Hao Fei, Master Hao Fei." The succubus demon boldly walked forward and touched Hao Fei. With a boom, Hao Fei's entire body exploded. He turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Screams and gasps filled the air. Every demon's eyes trembled as they stared at the blood mist in the air. They almost thought that they were dreaming. The #1 expert of Rage Devil City, the famous Lord Hao Fei, was actually dead. He had been killed by a red-haired young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no member of the demon race would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Compared to the scene of the human using a treasure to kill several demon kings, the demon race was even more shocked that Hao Fei had been killed in one move. After the shock, there was confusion. Who was that red-haired young man? What was that human's background? They had never heard of such a strong person in the human sovereign city. If those two were really from the human sovereign city, then the demon race wouldn't have a place in the reincarnation world. They would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Devil's Fury City had suffered a series of great changes. First, a few devil kings had died. And then the strongest master of the clan had actually disappeared without a trace. The entire Devil's Fury city was suddenly shrouded in a layer of shadow, and every devil race was in a state of panic, fearing that the two fellows would come back and kill them. If that really happened, no one in the Devil's Fury city would be able to stop them. They won't live for long. A demon king shouted. They went to Ill Wind Mountain, a place of certain death. They won't come back, so there's nothing to worry about. When these words were said, many members of the demon race were shocked. They remembered that Yong Kai had said that he would go to Ill Wind Mountain to find a way to leave this place. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in a hopeless situation. The demon race was no longer as frightened. However, this time, Demon Fury City had suffered heavy losses, although not many of their clansmen had died. All of them were demon kings. Among them, one was the strongest person, and another was ranked in the top 10. If this news were to spread to the human sovereign city, the humans there would become restless. For a time, many members of the demon race were anxious. About 1,000 meters down the middle of Ill Wind Mountain, Yong Kai and the others stopped, all of them wearing dignified expressions. Previously, he had used the flowing cloud shuttle to fly all the way here, but he couldn't go any further after thousands of feet. He had no choice but to walk out of the flowing cloud shuttle and endure the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. He took the lead. Zhu Qing hugged the little black dog in the middle, and Li Qiao brought up the rear. After advancing for thousands of feet like this, Yong Kai actually felt like he couldn't go any further. Ill Wind Mountain was truly worthy of its name. The ancient books in the human sovereign city only recorded a drop in the ocean about it. Yong Kai had tried his best to overestimate the dangers of Ill Wind Mountain, but he had still underestimated it. There were no other obstacles on this mountain, only the constant cold demonic chi blowing down from the top of the mountain. This cold demonic chi not only contained the unique frigid cold of the frozen earth, but also the dense demonic chi of the demon territory. When the two were mixed together, they complemented each other and multiplied their power. Even though Yong Kai's cultivation was strong, he was still unable to resist the raging cold demonic chi. His emperor chi leaked out like a flood from a broken dam, and after just advancing 1,000 feet, he was already exhausted. Looking up, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to tell where the top of the mountain was. "Let me do it," Zhu Qing said. Yong Kai nodded and did not insist, retreating behind Zhu Qing, allowing her to take the lead while he took the opportunity to take a spirit pill to restore his strength. In such an environment, it was the most difficult for those in the lead because most of the cold, demonic chi blowing down from the top of the mountain would be resisted by those in the lead, while those behind would only need to pay a small price to keep up. Li Jiao, who was at the back of the group, was pale and showed a flattering smile to Yong Kai, a fawning expression on his face. In terms of resistance to this cold demonic chi, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Although Yong Kai's cultivation was not as good as his, whether it was his dragon race bloodline or the pure demonic chi sealed in his body, he had a unique resistance to this cold demonic chi. The same was true for Zhu Qing. The bloodline of a ninth-order red dragon was not to be trifled with. The dragon race was born with a powerful resistance to all kinds of forces, which was directly proportional to the strength of their bloodline. Therefore, if Li Jiao wanted to leave this world through Ill Wind Mountain, he had to rely on the strength of Yong Kai and Zhu Qing. He was afraid that he would be left behind and felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. Yong Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. While circulating his secret art to dissolve the effects of the spirit pill, he silently observed the changes in the cold demonic chi just in case. "Huh?" Zhu Qing suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had discovered something extremely unexpected. Yong Kai asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Bow wow, it's..." Yong Kai hurriedly looked over and immediately revealed a surprised expression. He saw that the little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms had actually opened its mouth and moved against the flow of the cold demonic qi. A large amount of cold demonic qi was swallowed into its stomach, greatly reducing the resistance that everyone felt. As if it had felt the gazes of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, it actually shook its head proudly and opened its mouth even wider. With the resistance reduced, Zhu Qing, who was walking at the very front, was almost unable to feel the interference of the cold demonic qi, and her speed suddenly increased by a lot. This beast is truly miraculous, Li Jiao hurriedly flattered, a fawning expression on his face as he said, I wonder where Palace Master Yang found such a divine beast. His luck is truly not shallow. Yang Kai leisurely turned his head and glanced at him. Brother Li is full of energy. If you have the leisure to chat, you might as well take the lead. Of course, Li Jiao submissively replied, wanting to slap his own mouth. The little black dog's miraculous display allowed the speed of the group of three to suddenly increase by a lot. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had advanced more than 1,000 feet without any difficulty. The little black dog had a special fondness for demonic qi and monsters. Although the cold demonic qi of this Wind Mountain had undergone some changes, it was still the same, which was exactly what it loved. If they could continue like this, they might really be able to easily reach the top of the mountain. After 1,000 feet, Zhu Qing, who had been silently observing the little black dog situation, suddenly said, Yang Kai, I'm afraid Bow Wow won't be able to hold on for much longer. When Yang Kai heard this, he looked at the little black dog and saw that there was indeed something wrong with it. It was no longer as relaxed as before, and instead seemed to be holding on with great difficulty. Its large mouth was suddenly opening and closing, as if it could return to its original state at any time. A layer of visible frost had appeared on its pitch-black body as it curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and shivered. The place where Zhu Qing came into contact with it was also covered in frost. Although the frost was thin, it exuded an unimaginably cold aura, as if it could freeze all things. Without any warning, the little black dog had reached its limit, and its large mouth suddenly returned to its original state. The all-encompassing cold demonic qi had no outlet to vent, and it swept from top to bottom. As soon as Zhu Qing came into contact with it, she cried out in alarm. The power of the dragon race suddenly erupted, and a huge red dragon phantom appeared, wrapping around her and Yang Kai. Kacha. The red dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before cracks appeared on its surface. It was like a cracked mirror that was about to shatter. Not good. Retreat quickly. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and at the same time he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's waist, lightly tapping his foot and quickly retreating downwards. Li Jiao's reaction was also extremely fast. Seeing Yang Kai so panicked, he immediately knew that danger was approaching and that it was not something he could resist, so he turned around and ran. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up the mountain. The three of them spent a lot of effort to walk a distance of 1,000 feet, but in the blink of an eye, they had already retreated. They ran into Zhu Lai, who was resisting the cold demonic qi, and brushed past him under Zhu Lai's dumbfounded gaze. A short while later, at the foot of Wind Mountain, the three of them looked up with lingering fear. No matter who it was, a layer of cold qi had condensed on the surface of their bodies. This cold qi was like maggots that could not be easily dispelled. It was so cold that the energy in their bodies could not circulate smoothly, and their bodies were stiff. The little black dog situation was especially serious. It curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and didn't move. Its entire body was wrapped in a ball of ice, as if it was already dead. No matter how Zhu Qing called out to it, it didn't respond. Don't worry, it's very tough. It won't die so easily. Yang Kai comforted, but he wasn't confident in his heart. However, The little black dog was attacked by the 10 great emperors last time and was almost in a state of near death, but it still survived in the end. Although the situation this time wasn't too optimistic, it was still slightly better than the last time. Zhu Qing nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. She held the little black dog in her arms and didn't let go. She urged the power of the dragon Yuan to dissolve the cold demonic qi that had invaded her body and nourished the little black dog's body, hoping for a miracle to happen. Li Jiao was the same as well. He sat down while shivering and silently circulated his profound art. The corrosion of the cold qi just now almost made him smell the scent of death. Thinking back to it now, he still felt lingering fear. Zhu Lai also returned. Looking at the situation of the few people, he frowned slightly and stood to the side, not saying a word. He didn't go too deep like the others. The path he walked was still within the range of his endurance, so he wasn't injured. It was just that he consumed a lot of energy. He still didn't know why Yang Kai and the others were able to walk so far ahead of him. The cold air blowing from the Yin Wind Mountain was on a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the frozen earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the cold qi of the cold wind mountain lived up to its reputation as the frozen earth, forbidden land. Even if he was an 8th-ranked giant dragon, he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, he would definitely be frostbitten. Yang Kai glanced at him and forced a smile. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. With Zhu Lai here to protect him, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. Although he didn't have a good relationship with this brother-in-law of his, as a member of the dragon race, this silly boy was still trustworthy. Chapter 2978. It took Yang Kai 4 hours to get rid of the cold that had invaded his meridians and flesh. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Zhu Lai was still standing to the side, motionless. Although Zhu Qing was safe and sound, she was helping the black puppy to get rid of the cold, and he didn't know how long she would take. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, Zhu Qing raised her head and said, "It's not a big deal. It just needs some time." Yang Kai nodded gently, not surprised. Ever since Gong Yu activated the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, the black puppy's vitality had become unbelievably tenacious. It could be said that it was all thanks to the black puppy that they were able to walk so far on Ilwind Mountain. In that position, even Yang Kai and Zhu Qing couldn't have done better. Therefore, when Yang Kai found that the black puppy couldn't hold on, he immediately pulled Zhu Qing and escaped. Strictly speaking, the black puppy's strength wasn't very strong, because it only emitted the aura of a 5th or 6th rank monster beast from the beginning to the end. A monster beast of this level could be found anywhere in the astral boundary, and it wasn't a rare existence at all. However, it was this 5th or 6th rank monster beast that could contend with 10 venerable sovereigns by itself, swallow a demon king alive, and swallow the ill wind that gave Yang Kai and Zhu Qing a headache, and carry them forward for a long time on Ilwind Mountain. Level and strength, which had boundaries, seemed to be completely meaningless to the black puppy. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was harmless to humans and animals, but when it was strong, even gods and ghosts would avoid it. The black puppy's bizarre performance made Yang Kai feel that if they wanted to leave the reincarnation world through Ilwind Mountain, they might have to pin their hopes on the black puppy. Yang Kai had experienced the horror of the ill demonic qi, and he didn't think that he could reach the top of Ilwind Mountain with his own ability. Zhu Qing and her brother probably couldn't do it either. That kind of cold that could extinguish all life was not something they could withstand. If it was so easy to leave the reincarnation world, someone in the human sovereign city would have done it a long time ago. No one would have been able to leave this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he could only start with the black puppy. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Demon Rage City, frowning for a moment before saying, "Qing, I'll be back soon." Then, without waiting for Zhu Qing's response, he flew over. After walking for a short while, he suddenly felt that someone was following behind him. When he turned his head to look, he saw Zhu Lai chasing after him with a solemn expression. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and slowed down. When he caught up, he snorted, "You want to kill me? You're quite brave." Yang Kai did not realize this at this moment. Although Zhu Lai's expression was solemn, there was no murderous intent. However, when he was meditating to heal his wounds, he suddenly sensed the murderous intent in Zhu Lai's heart. That murderous intent was very well hidden. At that time, other than Zhu Lai, he, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao were the only ones present. Zhu Qing was his sister, so it was naturally impossible for her to have any murderous intent. If it was because of Li Jiao, Zhu Lai would have already made a move without any hesitation. What did it matter if he killed someone in the dragon race? If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill them. Who could do anything to him? Therefore, there was only one person who could cause Zhu Lai to have murderous intent. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was not easy to point it out in front of Zhu Qing, so there was no need to hide it now. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most frightening. Most schemes and plots would not be able to withstand a single blow if they were put on the table. Since you noticed, then there is no need to hide it, Zhu Lai freely admitted. After all, when one's cultivation reached this level, there were some things that could not be hidden once revealed. He said with a sullen face, "That's right, I want to kill you. If possible, I would have already killed you." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not stop moving and flew up side by side with Zhu Lai. However, the two maintained a subtle distance between them. He said in a cold voice, "You better give me a good reason. Otherwise, even if you are Zhu Qing's younger brother, I will not let you go." If it was before, it would not have mattered if Zhu Lai wanted to kill him. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other before. However, it was different now. With Zhu Qing's relationship, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the two of them had some connection. Yang Kai could not tolerate Zhu Lai suddenly acting like this for no reason. It was not a big deal for him to mess around with Zhu Lai. If it was a real life and death battle, then the one who would be in the most trouble would definitely be Zhu Qing. Yang Kai did not want to see that kind of situation, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "It is because I am her younger brother that I want to kill you. What kind of bullshit reason is that?" Yang Kai glared at him. "You don't understand. The reason why I followed you here is to tell you that if you can leave this world, you better stay away from Zhu Qing. Don't expose the relationship between you two. Of course, if you can't leave this world, then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." He had a serious look on his face, as if he would start a fight if Yang Kai did not agree. Yang Kai was instantly angered by him and said, "Silly boy, you don't have the right to say this. If Zhu Qing really has any ideas, she will naturally tell me." Zhu Lai shouted, "It is because Zhu Qing won't say it that I have to say it for her." Yang Kai sized him up and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Who are you to say this? The dragon race on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing's younger brother?" Zhu Lai said in a low voice, "Does it matter?" "Yes." Yang Kai grinned and clenched his fists. He replied, "If it is the former, then I will beat you up. If it is the latter, then I will still beat you up." Zhu Lai said angrily, "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "There is a difference between beating and crippling. Killing and crippling is one kind, and giving a small punishment is another. Which one do you prefer?" Zhu Lai shook his head seriously. "I will not argue with you. I only ask you one thing. If you can leave this world and part ways with Zhu Qing, it will be good for both you and her." For a member of the dragon race, being able to say the word ask was already the limit. How could the proud leader of all creatures lower himself to ask someone else? If it was not for the fact that he was no match for Yang Kai, Zhu Lai would have killed him when he was unprepared. Why would he waste so much time talking to him? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although I can feel your concern for Zhu Qing, you have used it in the wrong place. I am sorry, I will not agree to what you said, and I will not even consider it. Zhu Qing is my person. She is today, tomorrow, and always will be, unless I die one day. Do you understand?" Zhu Lai said expressionlessly, "If Zhu Qing hears your sweet words, she will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I will say whatever I want to say. Unfortunately, you will cause Zhu Qing's death, and you will also cause your own death. Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? Dragon Island won't allow her to be with me. If this news spreads out, it will only cause a lot of trouble." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? You know?" Zhu Lai frowned slightly. "You don't even admit it when I say that you are stupid." Yang Kai sneered. "I can infer what the Dragon Island is like from your stupid look. It will be strange if the Dragon Island will allow Zhu Qing to be with me. If the news of Zhu Qing and I being together is spread to the Dragon Island, I am afraid that the Dragon Island will immediately send more members of the dragon race to suppress me, right? They might even forcefully bring Zhu Qing back to the Dragon Island to be punished and lock her up for life." "Did Zhu Qing tell you all this?" Zhu Lai was completely dumbfounded because what Yang Kai said was exactly what he expected. A 9th-rank red dragon was actually willing to submit herself to a lowly human. If this news is spread to the Dragon Island, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The Dragon Island will definitely send experts to suppress Yang Kai and forcefully bring Zhu Qing back. As for whether she will be locked up for life, that will depend on Zhu Qing's performance in the future. Yang Kai curled his lips and tapped his own head. He said, "Such a simple thing. It is easy to guess. Your Dragon Island has been passed down for so long. The longer your Dragon Island is passed down, the more pedantic you become. With such a great reputation and such a high opinion of yourself, how can you allow your clansmen to submit themselves to a human? Isn't this a humiliation to your dragon race? It is even worse than defecating and peeing on your head." "Exactly." Zhu Lai nodded heavily. "Since you already know, why are you still so stubborn? You already know that you will die one day, so why are you still alive?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. Zhu Lai was slightly startled. He felt that what Yang Kai said made some sense, but something didn't feel right. Yang Kai snorted and said, "I don't have too many good points. I just like to cover up my shortcomings. Zhu Qing is already one of my people. If the Dragon Island really wants to bully her, don't blame me for not giving her family any face. So don't say such things again in the future. You and I are both close to her. If we have a conflict, it will only make things difficult for her. I think you don't want to see that scene either, right?" Zhu Lai frowned tightly. He nodded lightly, then slowly shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or not. Yang Kai continued, "But then again, the matter between me and Zhu Qing is only known by you and Li Jiao. If you don't tell the Dragon Island, how will the Dragon Island find out?" Zhu Lai said solemnly, "This matter is of great importance. How can I not report it? I hate people who like to snitch the most." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Whatever you say, this is the principle. The matter between you and Zhu Qing has already broken the rules of the Dragon Island. If I don't report it, the matter will only become more serious. You really can't hide it." Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lai shook his head firmly. "I will remember you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "You don't understand." Zhu Lai sighed lightly. Although the Dragon Island has a great reputation and a long history, in any era, the number of our dragon race is extremely small. A dragon race with pure dragon race bloodline is even more precious. In order to ensure that the bloodline of the dragon race is passed down, the Dragon Island must have its own rules, and if anyone breaks this rule, they will definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He didn't express his opinion and said unhurriedly, although the Dragon Island has a long history, it doesn't mean that it won't last forever. Even the Dragon Island is no exception. Chapter 2979. Zhu Lai snorted and said, "The waves will only shatter when they hit the boulder. Apart from that, there is no other effect." Yang Kai raised his head and said, "Then let's see if the Dragon Island is hard enough to shatter my bones." Zhu Lai looked at him in astonishment, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. But to his disappointment, although Yang Kai's expression was not serious, it was definitely not a joke. Slowly shaking his head, Zhu Lai said with a complicated expression, "You are really a lunatic." Yang Kai laughed. "I will accept this as a compliment." Zhu Lai didn't want to continue discussing this issue with him, because Yang Kai's attitude had already explained everything. He would never give up on Zhu Qing, nor would he submit to the rules of the Dragon Island. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to waste his breath. He suddenly turned his head and said, "What are you doing here?" While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Demon's Fury City. At this moment, it was only half a day since the two of them came here. The aftermath of the battle had not yet subsided. The corpses of several demon kings were still in the same place, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, they saw these two terrifying guys coming back, and this time they came side by side. Both of them looked very aggressive, as if they were about to go all out. The faces of the many members of the demon race in the Demon's Fury City turned pale. They felt that they would not be able to escape this time, no matter what. But even so, none of the members of the demon race abandoned the city to escape. The demon race had been in this place for more than 100,000 years, confronting the human sovereign city. The competition between the two races had never stopped. If they were timid, they would not be called the demon race. One by one, members of the demon race walked out from all over the city and gradually gathered at the place where Yang Kai and Zhu Lai were. Although their cultivation was uneven, there were a lot of them. The demon kings also gathered in one place. Their expressions were grave and stern as they looked at the two humans flying over from the direction of the gloomy Wind Mountain. The fighting spirit in their bodies was slowly rising. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai stopped 300 meters away from this group of demon king. Although there were only two of them, it was as if there was an army of thousands of men and horses charging towards them. On the contrary, their imposing manner completely suppressed the demon race. "What do you want to do here?" Zhu Lai frowned. "Don't tell me you want to massacre the city." Humans and demons could not coexist. Even in the small reincarnation world, the grudges between the two races had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. It would not be strange if the Yang Kai really came to massacre the city. What's the point of massacring a city? Fighting and killing is the most boring. Yang Kai grinned disdainfully as he swept his eyes across the demon kings on the opposite side, showing an innocent and harmless smile as he called out to a figure hiding behind the crowd, "Beautiful elder sister, can you come out and chat with me?" The demon kings all turned their heads and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a graceful figure hiding behind the crowd. It was as if she did not dare to show her true face and was always hiding in the shadows of others. She was clearly hiding very carefully and cautiously, but she was still pulled out from the crowd by Yang Kai. She was immediately distressed and secretly cursed Yang Kai's eyes. She also hated herself for finding trouble to provoke him. Now, she could not get rid of this killing god. She did not know what fate was waiting for her, under everyone's gaze. The succubus demon had nowhere to hide and could only walk out shyly. She squeezed out a forced smile on her face and asked knowingly, "Master, are you talking to me?" "You're not talking to me, right?" He. No one said anything. She was also laughing awkwardly. She immediately stopped and lowered her head, looking very pitiful. "Yes, it's you." Yang Kai nodded at her and smiled wholeheartedly. She knew this was the result, but when Yang Kai confirmed it, she could not help but turn pale. She said with a trembling voice, "I don't know what Master wants to say. To me," Yang Kai sneered, "just now you were calling me little brother, but now you're calling me master. Sister is really strange." The succubus demon's face turned even paler. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her peach blossom eyes even more charming. She bit her thin lips and said, "Just now this servant was blind and offended Master. Fortunately, Master is magnanimous and did not lower yourself to my level. This servant will not dare to do it again. Master, please spare my life." She begged for mercy, but the faces of the demon kings next to her were ugly. They all felt that this cheap woman had lost face for the demon race. She had made a despicable human look down on her for no reason. They wanted nothing more than to go up and tear her mouth off. But they could only think about it. Although the demon kings looked down on the succubus demon's attitude, they knew that this was not the time to start a conflict. If they really did fight, these two youths would be enough to wash the entire demon rage city with blood. "Don't be so nervous. It's as if we're going to eat you." Yang Kai chuckled at the succubus demon. "This young master only came here to ask a few questions. And is there a place where we can talk?" Hearing this, the succubus demon did not know whether to believe him or not. But after thinking about it, even if she did not believe him, what could she do? This young master's arm was thicker than her thigh. There is. "Master, what do you think about that side?" the succubus demon said, as she pointed in a direction not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a wide plaza. There were stone tables and stone chairs at the edge of the plaza. There were also many statues in the plaza. All of them were tall and sturdy, and their faces were ferocious. These statues should have been created by strong masters. Every statue was vivid and lifelike, as if they were real people. There were male and female statues, and all of them were of different races. Even though Yang Kai had studied the demon race quite a bit, he could not identify all of the statues' races. "Sure." Yang Kai nodded and took the lead to fly over. Zhu Lai frowned. He did not know what he was going to do, but he could only follow. On the other hand, the succubus demon's feet seemed to have been planted on the ground, and her face was filled with embarrassment. She really didn't have the courage to meet Yang Kai, but if she didn't go, she was afraid that she would provoke him. She turned her head and looked at the other demon kings, as if she wanted to find someone to rely on. The demon kings that were swept by her gaze all looked away. They either looked up at the sky or whispered to their companions, as if they were discussing something important. Their expressions were extremely serious. The most outrageous thing was that there was even a demon king counting how many strands of hair he had. The succubus demon felt as if she had been isolated. She was incomparably helpless. "All demon kings get over here. Those who do not come will die." Yang Kai's voice came from afar. His voice was not loud, but it made the faces of all the demon kings change. The succubus demon's expression suddenly turned to joy. She could not help but laugh out loud. Seeing the pale faces of her people, she finally managed to hold back her laughter. She lightly snorted and swayed her slender waist as she chased after Yang Kai. She was extremely charming. With her taking the lead, the other demon kings followed one after another. Naturally, there was the unyielding one, who stubbornly stood in place. He did not want to listen to Yang Kai's orders, but he was forcefully dragged away by his companions. They did not want to anger those two terrifying fellows. In the plaza, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai sat down. They glanced at the statues in the plaza. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "What are these?" The succubus demon was the first to arrive. He was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. His entire body was trembling slightly as he felt his mouth go dry. He was wondering what Yang Kai wanted to ask and how he should answer without angering him. But when he heard this question, he immediately relaxed and hurriedly replied, "These are the statues of the past demon kings of Demon's Fury City." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Demon's Fury City has stood tall in this world for more than 100,000 years. It can't be that only a few demon kings have left their names, right? Although there were many statues in the plaza, there were only around 1,000 to 2,000 of them. It was impossible for Demon's Fury City to have only given birth to a few demon kings after more than 100,000 years. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Of course not. It's just that if you want to leave your name here, you need to be the first demon king." After saying this, he added, "The first demon king is the strongest person in Demon's Fury City, so that's how it is." Yang Kai lightly nodded and asked with interest, "Then, I wonder if there was a demon king among the demon king who died just now." The succubus demon's mouth twitched as he considered Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he still lightly nodded. "Who did it?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. He felt that the first demon king's luck was too bad. The succubus demon cautiously glanced at Zhu Lai and forced a smile. "I also have to thank this master for giving the first demon king the opportunity to leave his name in advance. After all, according to the rules, only after he dies can he leave his statue here." Zhu Lai coldly snorted. "This dragon is not targeting anyone. It's just that you demon kings are all rookies. The demon kings of Demon's Fury City just happened to arrive at this time." When they heard Zhu Lai's words, their chests felt stifled, and they couldn't breathe properly. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The succubus demon didn't know how to respond. Although she wanted to curry favor with Yang Kai and Zhu Lai, she wasn't stupid enough to agree in front of so many demon kings. However, this red-haired youth was truly too terrifying. It wasn't that the first demon king was weak. In fact, anyone who could cultivate to the level of a demon king wasn't weak. Someone who could take the title of first demon king was definitely the strongest demon king. Even so, he was instantly killed by this red-haired youth. The succubus demon only wanted to know where this red-haired youth came from and what kind of cultivation he had. What's the situation with the statue in the middle? It's like a crane in a flock of chickens. Why can't I see its face clearly? Yang Kai looked towards the center of the square. There stood a huge statue. Compared to the other statues, it was like comparing a grandfather to a grandson. The difference was at least 10 times. What was strange was that while the other statues all had lifelike facial features, this statue was the only one that was flat without any trace of carving. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this statue, the succubus demon immediately said with a solemn expression, "This is the statue of the great demon god from my demon territory. It's only because no one has ever seen the great demon god. So, great demon god." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and immediately recalled the precious experience he had in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. In the passage between the two worlds, the great demon god had attacked him from afar, almost causing his soul to scatter. That terrifying might was still vivid in his mind. Chapter 2980. Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain, "What bullshit great demon god? How come this dragon has never heard of him? What kind of ability does he have to actually dare to ascend to the godhood realm? Truly shameless." As soon as these words came out, it was as if a hornet's nest had been poked, and all the demon kings glared angrily at Zhu Lai, obviously extremely angry at his disrespect towards great demon god. Even the succubus demon, who had been speaking cautiously, showed a rare look of seriousness as she grit her teeth and said, "Master, please be careful with your words." Zhu Lai glanced at her leisurely and said lightly, "This dragon says what he wants. Why should I be careful with my words?" That indifferent look immediately woke the succubus demon up. her face turning pale as she felt a little helpless, regretting her impulsive actions just now. She pursed her red lips lightly and didn't dare to speak again. Another demon king stepped forward and quickly said, "Honored Sir's cultivation is profound, and his methods are profound. We may not be your opponent, but if Honored Sir deliberately wants to humiliate us, we would rather fight to the death. Our deaths are not to be regretted, but the name of great demon god cannot be tarnished." As these words fell, all the demon kings took a step forward, all of them wearing cold expressions, as if they were ready to fight Zhu Lai at any time. The succubus demon hesitated for a moment before also taking a step forward, her face turning even paler. "Oh." The corner of Zhu Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think trash like you can compete with me?" Murderous intent lingered as the dragon yuan in Zhu Lai's body surged. For him, it might take some effort to kill these demon kings, but he definitely had the ability to do so. The anger of an 8th-order red dragon was not something anyone could withstand. Even a 3rd-order emperor realm master wouldn't have much of an advantage in front of such an enraged dragon. The fate of the number 1 demon king in Demon Fury City was the best example. Zhu Lai did not place these demon kings in his eyes, nor did he need to speak to them as equals. To him, Demon's Wrath City was just a slightly larger ant nest. When he was happy, he would step over it, and when he was unhappy, he would kick it away. Now that these ants had taken the initiative to provoke him, only blood and death could calm the anger in his heart. Their killing intent was like a tide, rolling and surging. Their auras were tense and ready for a showdown. "The great demon god is very strong," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Zhu Lai turned his head to look at him and frowned. He didn't know why he would suddenly say such things. But then again, although he was extremely unhappy with Yang Kai and felt that he couldn't beat Yang Kai because of the suppression of his bloodline, it was undeniable that this guy did have some skills. He was only a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to display the strength of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. Not many people in the entire star boundary had such a background. As such, Zhu Lai attached some importance to his words. The other demon kings were also a little stunned, their expressions softening as they looked at Yang Kai. All of them felt that this human was more than 100 times more pleasing to the eye than the red-haired young man. Yang Kai smiled at Zhu Lai. The great 1,000 world is filled with capable people. Although divine spirits can stand alone, there will always be some existences that surpass our imaginations. All we can do is work hard to catch up. One day we will catch up to them, surpass them, and crush them. Zhu Lai was stunned. "Are you lecturing me?" Although he admitted in his heart that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, the pride in his bones made it impossible for him to agree. In the eyes of the dragon race was the most powerful existence, the leader of all living beings who stood above the clouds. All other creatures could only look up to them. In particular, Yang Kai spoke to him in such a matter-of-fact tone, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. "Young man, you're quite arrogant." Yang Kai chuckled. Before Zhu Lai could get angry, he turned his head and looked at the succubus demon. "I called all of you here for one thing. What does Master want to know?" The succubus demon asked in a harmonious voice. Just now, Yang Kai had cleared the name of the great demon god, which greatly improved her impression of him. She was no longer as fearful of him as before, and most of the other demon kings were the same. "Tell me about the return to ruins," Yang Kai said lightly. "What? Returning to ruins? Destroying the beasts within their territory? How do you know about the return to ruins?" The faces of the demon kings changed as they all shouted at once, as if they had heard something incredible. Yang Kai coldly harumphed, and only then did they shut up. Looking at their eyes, he could not hide the shock in his heart. The succubus demon gulped and cautiously asked, "Master, why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing much. I'm raising a return to ruins, so I want to know more about it. Isn't the return to ruins an exotic beast within the demon territory? Naturally, I came to you guys to ask about it." You're raising a return to ruins?" The succubus demon's face turned pale as she heard this. She forced a smile and said, "Master, you really know how to joke. How can you raise an exotic beast like that?" Some of the demon kings also had half smiles on their faces, which made them look extremely strange. They didn't believe Yang Kai's words and felt that this guy really knew how to brag. After all, this kind of thing was too inconceivable. How could an exotic beast like the Return to Ruins, which was born to destroy everything, be raised by a human? If that was the case, this person would have been swallowed a long time ago. How could he still be standing here talking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon with a serious expression. The succubus demon stopped smiling and slowly shook his head. "Then don't ask such a childish question." The succubus demon lightly coughed. He thought that this guy wouldn't mistake a monster beast for the Return to Ruins, right? However, looking at his serious expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only follow along and say, "Then what does Master want to ask? Just say whatever you know." Yang Kai pointed at the stone table with one hand and pointed at the demon kings with the other. He said to the succubus demon, "Starting from you, everyone will say something about the Return to Ruins. If you can't say it, or if I'm not satisfied, then you'll have to bear the consequences." The succubus demon jumped in fright. "What consequences?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't thought about it yet, but it definitely won't be wonderful." He lightly sneered, and a trace of murderous intent appeared at the right moment. The demon king's expressions turned cold. They knew that this guy was serious. He really did want to ask about the Return to Ruins. They couldn't understand. Although the Return to Ruins was famous, it had long been extinct. Moreover, the Return to Ruins was a strange beast in demon territory. Why would a human ask about it? No one dared to ask. They all looked at the succubus demon. The succubus demon secretly felt bitter, but he could only follow Yang Kai's wishes. He thought for a moment and said, "The Return to Ruins is known as the extermination beast in territory. It is very famous in demon territory. The reason it has such a name is because it represents destruction. Wherever it goes, the void will shatter." After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. Although he wasn't satisfied with such general information, he didn't care too much about it. He just waved his hand and let her pass. The succubus demon let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the next demon king. This demon king obviously had a plan. He immediately said, "Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins was born in chaos. Although it is made of flesh and blood, it has no roots. No one knows how it was born. It seems that it has existed since the formation of demon territory." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The demon king who spoke understood and turned to look at the next one. The third demon king said, "I only know that the Return to Ruins has a strange space inside it that can swallow everything. Because the Return to Ruins is a beast in demon territory, it is very interested in the demonic chi. It seems that it can grow stronger by swallowing the demonic chi." That's right. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins was not strong when it was born. Although it displayed a strange ability, the demon race didn't pay too much attention to it. It was only when it gradually grew that it attracted the attention of the strong in demon territory. Unfortunately, it was too late. Back then, the Return to Ruins ran amok in demon territory. It swallowed countless demon race members and destroyed countless cities. It even swallowed a few demon saints. The demon race united to resist it and paid a heavy price to kill it. The Return to Ruins is very tenacious. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins is not actually dead. It is just hiding in chaos by faking its death waiting for the day to rise again. Information about the return to ruins came out from the mouths of these demon kings. Although they were trapped in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years, some information about the demon territory was passed down from generation to generation, especially the return to ruins, which was a very representative beast of destruction. Although most of the information from their mouths was described as hearsay or rumors, it was still very good information. Occasionally, there were a few demon kings who didn't know much about the return to ruins, or the information they knew had been told by others in advance. There would be other demon kings who secretly transmitted other information to them. They could also pass the test with Yang Kai. After 2 or 3 rounds, no matter how these demon kings racked their brains, they couldn't think of any more information. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of stopping them, they couldn't help but feel bitter. They wondered if this guy was deliberately making things difficult for them. Why else would he ask about the return to ruins? After another demon king told the information he knew, the next one wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought for a long time with a troubled expression, but he still couldn't think of anything. Yang Kai looked up and said, "That's all?" The demon king smiled bitterly and shook his head. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Master, we've told you everything we know. There's nothing else we're hiding." "Yes, I know." Yang Kai nodded. "I believe that what you just said is true, but there's one thing I'm very interested in. What is Master referring to? Return to ruins can devour the demonic chi to become stronger. What if it devours you? Us. The succubus demon swallowed her saliva and her lips trembled. "It should be possible. I don't think so." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "If return to ruins can devour demon kings like you, it should grow very quickly." Probably. The succubus demon forced a smile, although she didn't think that return to ruins would really devour them. Talking about this topic made her hair stand on end. It was as if a bloody mouth was going to bite her at any time and swallow her into its stomach. Chapter 2981. "Call your big sister over." Yang Kai turned to Zhu Lai and instructed. Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was not happy with Yang Kai's casual tone, he did not want to get entangled with him. Hearing this, Zhu Lai urged his dragon chi, formed a seal with his hand, and gently opened and closed his mouth a few times. Yang Kai then turned to look at the succubus demon and said with a smile, "If I asked you to kill a demon king, who would you choose?" The succubus demon's expression changed upon hearing this, and he asked in surprise, "What does Master mean?" "Let's ask this. Who do you dislike the most?" The succubus demon forced a smile and said, "Master, you must be joking. I belong to the demon race and have been forced to rely on each other for survival. We are all brothers and sisters in Demon's Fury City, so how could I dislike anyone?" When the other demon kings heard this, they all straightened their backs and tried their best to act as if they were willing to go through thick and thin together. Although no one knew what Yang Kai meant by asking this question, they all felt that something wasn't quite right. This human seemed to be harboring ill intentions and definitely wasn't as friendly as he appeared on the surface. He was like a ball of cotton wrapped around a needle, and if they weren't careful enough, they would end up with a bloody head. Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly. "The opportunity is in my hands, but I won't have it if I slip away." The succubus demon didn't say anything and hesitated for a moment before quietly sending out his divine sense. Yang Kai raised his head and looked to the side, just in time to see a demon king with a gloomy expression. This demon king's entire body was surging with blood energy and a faint layer of red light. He seemed to be from the Blood Demon clan, and his expression was somewhat uneasy, as if he was worried about something. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over him, he immediately reacted and gritted his teeth as he angrily roared at the succubus demon, "Bitch, you dare to betray me?" The succubus demon pursed her red lips. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, and she didn't say a word in the face of Blood Demon's accusation. The Blood Devil was even angrier. "You lowly servant girl are so heartless. When you were pleasuring me, you were so flirtatious and seductive. Now that you've climbed up to a higher branch, you want to kill me? She really is heartless. Actors are heartless." The succubus demon was angered by his words. He gritted his teeth and said, "I may be a succubus demon, but I'm not a promiscuous person. If you didn't force yourself on me back then, I wouldn't have." "Ha ha!" The blood demon laughed heartily, the blood energy in his body violently surging. "Don't try to quibble with me. The succubus demon race is just a bunch of lowly slaves. If it weren't for this king's help, how could you have become a demon king with your talent? Do you think that this prince does not know that you have been secretly seducing other people all these years? You actually have the face to say that you are not promiscuous. The current you is just a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs are too lazy to sniff. Even if you kneel down and beg me, this prince will not touch you again." "Don't speak nonsense," the succubus demon screamed. She turned to look at Yang Kai and pleaded, "Master, although this servant does not know what you want to do, if you want to kill someone, please kill him. This servant will listen to everything you say in the future." "Impudent! You want to kill me? I'll kill you first." The blood devil was furious. He raised his hand, and a blood-red light shot towards the succubus demon. The blood-red light exploded in the air, turning into a rain of blood that covered a large area. The rain of blood seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. There was a sizzling sound as it shuttled through the air. The succubus demon screamed. Her cultivation was much lower than the blood devil's, so there was no way for her to defend against the blood devil's attack. Her body quickly retreated as she uttered a demonic chant. She waved her hands and sent out streams of pure demonic chi. However, she was still unable to stop the rain of blood. Hiss, 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 the drops of blood broke through the succubus's defenses and landed on her body, causing her clothes to rot. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, and the parts of her body that were stained by the blood quickly rotted away, turning into pus and water. In some places, even white bones could be seen. She looked extremely wretched in an instant. "Slut, die." The blood devil did not give up. His body flashed as he pounced towards the succubus demon. It seemed that he wanted to kill her. The succubus demon was so frightened that her face turned ashen. Demonic chants continued to come out of her mouth, but she was still unable to stop the blood devil from pouncing on her. She could only feel the aura of death rushing towards her. She thought to herself that there was no way she could survive this time. The blood devil's body suddenly twisted in midair and exploded, turning into an endless stream of blood that fiercely surged towards Yang Kai. Its power was astonishing. It was like a surging sea of blood. The waves of blood contained an extremely terrifying killing power, as if they were going to engulf the entire area. The blood devil's face appeared at the front of the waves of blood. He seemed to be stepping on the waves as he ferociously pounced towards Yang Kai. The succubus demon was only a distraction. His target had always been Yang Kai. Although he didn't want to start a conflict with Yang Kai, with the charm demon's interference, he had been pushed to the heart of the struggle. If he wanted to survive this crisis safely, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The red-haired youth's strength was too terrifying. The first demon king had been instantly killed by him. No matter what, the blood devil did not dare to have any ideas about him. Although Yang Kai had killed a few demon kings before, he had relied on the power of his treasures. His own strength was not necessarily that great. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to summon his treasures, he might be able to capture him. As long as he could capture this human, he would have the absolute advantage. With this thought in mind, the blood devil immediately acted. He felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At that moment, he suddenly saw a meaningful smile appear on Kai Yang's face. That smile made his heart sink, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of being a sheep in a tiger's den, as if he had made the wrong decision. The hesitation in his heart made the waves of blood become sluggish. Yong Kai raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi, 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 pitch black, crescent-shaped slashes whistled through the air, cutting through the waves of blood like a hot knife through butter. Every crescent blade made the blood devil groan. The light of the blood devil dimmed, and the blood water became less and less. After 7 or 8 crescent blades, the waves of blood rolled again. The blood devil's figure appeared, staggering not far in front of Yong Kai. Yong Kai's hands quickly formed a seal. His expression was solemn, and a faint power of the law of time flowed from his body. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. With a light slap, the absent-minded blood devil was instantly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite. He forcefully pulled himself together and shook his body again, turning into streaks of blood light that scattered in all directions. The instant heavy injury made the blood devil demon king realize that he had underestimated his opponent. It was impossible for him to win. He only wanted to escape, and the farther the better. Blood shadow escape technique. Yong Kai snorted and sneered. If it was the Shadow Demon Clan's Shadow Kill Divine Escape technique, this young master might have to spend some effort to break it. How dare a trifling blood shadow escape technique be so arrogant in front of me? This young master will break it immediately. As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept through the many streaks of blood light. Then he fixed his gaze on one of them and pointed his finger at it. Space principle surged, and the place where the blood light was instantly turned into an invisible cage. The blood light hit the cage and rolled back, revealing the blood devil with a pale face. How is this possible? He cried out in alarm. The blood shadow escape technique was the innate divine technique of the blood devil clan. There was no flaw in it. When ordinary people encountered this divine technique, they would never be able to tell which was the real body and which was just a smokescreen. But he never thought that this first-order Emperor Realm human youth would be able to see through it with a single glance. Moreover, what this young man said just now made him tremble with fear. The blood devil's blood shadow escape technique and the shadow demon's shadow kill divine escape technique were both innate divine techniques for escaping. Even the demon king of the demon race would find it difficult to break them. But from the tone of this human's voice, it seemed that he had done a lot of research on the demon race. The blood devil was horrified to the extreme, and the blood in his body turned cold. He wanted to use the blood shadow escape technique again, but a figure flashed in front of him. Yong Kai had blocked his way. The blood devil sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly tried to retreat. "Look at me." Yong Kai's voice was low and deep, as if it had an irresistible charm. The blood demon instinctively turned to look at Yong Kai, only to see that his left eye had at some point transformed into a golden vertical eye. The majestic golden light seemed to be able to seize one's soul, causing the blood demon's divine sense to tremble, unable to move in the slightest. Yong Kai's divine sense surged fiercely like a tide, and a budding lotus flower in his left eye flashed and rushed into the blood demon's mind. In an instant, the blood devil's mind was frozen, and he stood there stupidly. His knowledge sea had collapsed, and the blood devil had become a walking corpse. A figure charged out from the side, his eyes flashing with unforgettable hatred. He was holding a white bone spear in his hand. The bone spear didn't look like the bone of a vicious beast, but more like the bones left behind by a human or demon race master who had died. It had been refined into a demon artifact by some unknown method. The bone spear's aura was extraordinary, and it ruthlessly stabbed towards the motionless blood devil's head. It seemed that this person wanted to kill him directly. Yong Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand to the side, sending the succubus demon flying. After falling to the ground, the succubus demon crawled up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yong Kai in confusion. Master? At this moment, the succubus demon was incomparably miserable. Her clothes were tattered, and her originally beautiful body was covered in large pustules. Many of the pustules were still leaking blood and emitting an unpleasant smell. This situation confirmed the blood devil's previous insult of her being a pile of rotten meat that even a stray dog wouldn't spare a glance at. Her strength was far inferior to the blood devil's, and she had almost been killed by the blood devil's fierce attacks. Now that she had been thoroughly humiliated, she naturally wanted to take revenge. However, she couldn't understand why Yong Kai had stopped her. It was Yong Kai who had asked her who she wanted to kill. "What are you doing?" Yong Kai coldly looked at her. The golden light in his left eye hadn't dissipated. Being stared at by this eye, the succubus demon's entire body turned cold. He hurriedly explained, "Master, didn't you want to kill him? Let me help. If I want to kill someone, I can do it myself. Why would I need your help?" Yong Kai softly snorted. The succubus demon trembled as she said, "I was wrong. Master, please don't be angry." She knew that if she wanted to live, she had to appear docile, so she didn't dare to complain or be dissatisfied. Yong Kai ignored her and raised his head to look at Zhu Lai. Chapter 2982. Zhu Lai had been sitting in his original position, not moving at all, but his dragons might have been pushed to the limit. The many demon kings standing in front of him were all drenched in sweat, and those with weaker cultivations were even trembling. Their faces were pale, and their chests seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Although the battle between Yong Kai and the blood demon had ended in an extremely short time, the other demon kings wouldn't have just stood by and watched without Zhu Lai's deterrence. No matter what, they were all part of the demon race, so they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. In fact, when the blood demon attacked, several demon kings wanted to lend a helping hand. However, before they could do anything, they were suppressed by Zhu Lai where they were. The pressure this red-haired youth gave the demon kings was much greater than that human. No one had the confidence to survive under his hands, so they could only wait obediently and pray that they wouldn't draw fire to themselves. Now that the dust had settled, the blood demon was heavily injured. Although he was still alive, he was like a walking corpse, which made them tremble with fear. They didn't know what kind of fate was waiting for them. "What do you want to do?" Zhu Lai frowned and looked at Yong Kai impatiently. First, he came to the Devil's Fury City to find a group of demon kings to inquire about information, and then he started a fight without saying a word. It would have been fine if he had killed the blood demon, but he had to make him half dead. It was simply ridiculous. "You'll know soon enough," Yong Kai replied indifferently. In his field of vision, Zhu Qing had already flown over, followed by Li Jiao, who was half a step behind Zhu Qing. It was unknown what he was trying to flatter, but Zhu Qing didn't respond at all. When the two flew closer, Li Jiao hurriedly came over to greet Yong Kai. "What happened here?" Zhu Qing looked at them with a puzzled expression. She was very curious about what had happened here. There seemed to be traces of a battle, but it was very short. "Nothing," Yong Kai replied casually, looking at the little black dog in her arms. "How's the situation?" "It's getting better, but it seems a little weak." Zhu Qing reached out and patted the black puppy's head. The situation had indeed taken a turn for the better. When Yong Kai had left, the black puppy had been frozen into a block of ice. Although there was still frost on the surface of its body, it was obviously much stronger than before. Furthermore, at this moment, this guy seemed to have smelled something extremely delicious. He raised his head and stared at the Demon King, saliva dripping down from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely disgusting. Many Demon Kings felt as if they were facing a great enemy after being stared at like this. Their hands and feet turned cold, and their gazes were evasive. "Do you want to eat?" Yong Kai asked with a smile. "Woof," The black puppy was suddenly energized. It struggled to get up from Zhu Qing's arms. "Don't eat anything." Zhu Qing frowned and scolded it. She had wanted to say something when she saw Bow Wow swallow 2 demon race, but the topic was changed. Seeing that it was acting cute again, she immediately knocked its head. The black puppy whimpered in grievance. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy from Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Qing, if we want to leave this place, we might have to let it eat more." "What?" Zhu Qing frowned. She didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai had directly thrown the black puppy toward the blood demon, who was standing there in a daze. In midair, Bow Wow was in high spirits, as if he had just been rejuvenated. His 2 black eyes shone with a terrifying light. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, which was as big as a door, and swallowed the blood demon whole. Hiss! Gasps could be heard as the demon kings stared dumbfoundedly at the black puppy's sudden transformation. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the terrifying information they had just been awakened by Yang Kai replayed in their minds, gradually corroborating with what they saw in front of them. A conjecture that was enough to shock them to the core filled their minds. Return to ruins. The succubus demon scream was loud enough to break through the sky. It had just regained some color, but it became incomparably pale again. It seemed to have lost all its strength, and it fell to the ground on its butt. Although the other demon kings weren't in such a bad state, they were obviously extremely frightened. Panic spread among the demon kings, making every demon king's mind unsteady. Their minds were in chaos. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of a legendary mutated beast that they thought was extinct. After all, in the history of the demon race, the return to ruins was one of the most important events. It was an existence that represented destruction and destruction. Almost a third of the entire demon territory was destroyed by its mouth. The current harsh environment of the demon territory was also greatly related to it. They couldn't understand how the return to ruins was still alive. Wasn't it already killed by the great demonic god? Could it be that the rumor just now was true? That the return to ruins was just faking its death to escape so that it could make a comeback? When that time came, it would definitely seek revenge from the great demonic god, and the current demon territory wouldn't be able to withstand its torment. With so many demon kings, it was impossible for them to mistake the identity of the return to ruins. Although the return to ruins looked very ordinary at first glance, when it mutated, its characteristics couldn't be more obvious. In other words, this was without a doubt the return to ruins. It was very likely that it was the terrifying existence that had destroyed the demon territory and fought with the great demonic god. No wonder this human was asking for information about the return to ruins. It turned out that when he said that he had raised a return to ruins, it was actually true. It was laughable that everyone thought that he was just bragging. Thinking up to this point, the faces of the demon kings were as black as the bottom of a pot. They seemed to have revealed a lot of information that they shouldn't have, especially the part about how the return to ruins had become stronger. That was simply a piece of information that could kill them. For a moment, the demon kings were filled with regret, especially the demon king that had revealed this information. They wanted nothing more than to tear their own mouths apart. Just as the demon kings were in a daze, the little black dog had already swallowed the blood demon. Its huge mouth returned to its original state, and it revealed a satisfied expression. Its stomach heaved a few times, and the frost that covered its body began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of cold air flowed out of its body and merged into the surrounding air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Furthermore, under Yang Kai's careful perception, the little black dog's aura seemed to have suddenly skyrocketed during the moment of its mutation. It had already far surpassed the standards of a 5th or 6th grade monster beast. After the mutation, it returned to its original state. In just a few breaths of time, the little black dog had returned to its original state. It was no longer as weak as before. It was full of energy, and its steps were vigorous. It looked at the demon kings with a longing expression, causing the demon kings to tremble with fear. Zhu Qing looked at the little black dog with a surprised expression. She didn't expect that swallowing a demon king would be of such great help to the little black dog. Yang Kai explained, "This little thing is a mutated beast in the demon territory. It seems to be quite famous. There's an unknown space in its stomach that can swallow all things. The demon race seems to be able to make it stronger." Zhu Qing said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, all the Yin winds that it swallowed before were all swallowed by it into that unknown space." Yang Kai said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, I'm guessing that the size of that space has something to do with its strength. Its current strength isn't enough, and the space in its stomach is too small. Therefore, it can't continue swallowing after a certain amount. It's really powerful." Zhu Qing was surprised. She looked at the little black dog carefully, as if she was trying to get to know it again. The demonic qi that they had encountered on the Yin Wind Mountain was too terrifying. The further they went, the stronger the demonic qi became. Even she and Yang Kai couldn't resist the demonic qi, but the little black dog swallowed it into the strange space and took them for thousands of feet. This ability was enough to make people gasp in amazement. "You want it to become stronger, strong enough to take us to a place deep enough in the Yin Wind Mountain?" Zhu Lai frowned and asked. Yang Kai's intention couldn't be more obvious. If he still couldn't figure it out, he would be a fool. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Bow Wow is our only chance now. As long as it's strong enough, and the space in its stomach is big enough, it can definitely take us out." Zhu Lai thought for a while and agreed. This is indeed a chance, but before that it needs a lot of food. As he spoke, he looked at the demon kings. Many demon kings looked bitter. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't. They were very sullen. The succubus demon sat on the ground in a daze. It seemed that it didn't expect such a fate to be waiting for it. It was thinking about how to survive. If the blood demon wasn't here, she could try it now. But the previous battle made her very embarrassed. It would take at least 1 to 2 months to recover. How could she have so much time to recover? Yang Kai said, "Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if it will work. If you want to confirm it, you have to do an experiment." "How do you want to do the experiment?" Zhu Qing asked. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed the little black dog. The little black dog was dumbfounded. It didn't know what kind of treatment it was about to receive. "Keep an eye on these guys. Don't let any of them leave," Yang Kai ordered. His figure flashed and disappeared. Zhu Lai thoughtfully glanced in the direction of the Yinfeng mountain. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down like a mountain. The succubus demon was stunned for a while. It wanted to run away, but it didn't have the courage. After thinking for a while, it stood up and walked toward the other demon kings. It carefully looked at Zhu Lai and found that he didn't want to stop it. It was secretly relieved. The demon kings gathered together and communicated with each other. They were obviously discussing how to save their lives. Occasionally, there was a faint murderous intent. They obviously wanted to fight. After all, they weren't weak. If they really fought to the death, they might have a chance to survive. It was better than staying here and becoming food for the return to ruins. Demon's Wrath City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for more than 100,000 years. It had constantly clashed with the human sovereign city, but it had never encountered such a dangerous situation. This sudden appearance of a master was simply not something they could contend against. Chapter 2983. As the demon kings discussed among themselves, Zhu Qing and her brother did not pay any attention to them. Li Jiao was cowering on the side, completely lacking the demeanor of a palace master. He wanted to chat with the two dragon race masters to improve their relationship, but he did not have the courage to do so. For a moment, he was frowning with a bitter expression. 2 hours later, a figure flashed above the square, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Although he was in a sorry state, his face was full of joy. When Zhu Qing and her brother saw this, they immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a joyful expression. And they were secretly excited. On the other hand, the Demon King's expressions all trembled, and they secretly felt bitter in their hearts. It could not be helped, but the Return to Ruins cub in Yang Kai's hand was actually covered in a layer of frost, clearly because it had swallowed a lot of wind on Illwind Mountain. With that as an example, it was easy to solve this problem, but it was not what the Demon Kings wanted. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Zhu Qing, then turned his gaze to the group of Demon Kings like a butcher looking at a flock of lambs. Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing did not say a word, and they all rose into the air, forming a triangle with Yang Kai to surround the Demon Kings. Li Jiao thought for a moment, then hurriedly joined in, urging his emperor's might. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he could bite someone at any time. "Master, please wait." It was unknown whether it was on his own initiative or being forced, but the succubus demon quickly stood up, his head covered in cold sweat, and said loudly, "We just discussed and are willing to cooperate with the master to increase the strength of the Return to Ruins and help the master leave this place as soon as possible." "Oh," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "It's rare for you to have such intentions. If I don't satisfy you, I would feel bad. Then, may I ask who you have chosen to be the first to die?" The succubus demon hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. The Return to Ruins loves the demon race and can use the demon race's strength to increase, but that does not mean that you need to devour my people, Master. "I know," Yang Kai nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Master. But isn't this the most direct and efficient?" The succubus demon, "The most direct, but that is not necessarily the most efficient." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "How is it not efficient?" The succubus demon gathered his courage and said, "There are only a few Demon King level existences in Demon's Wrath City. If Master returned to Ruins and devour all of us, what will you do if you still don't have enough strength to leave this place?" "Ooh." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Although there are only a few Demon King, there are many demon race in Demon's Wrath City. There will be a day when I can devour enough." The succubus demon said, "How can those people compare to us? Master is also a strong person, so you should know that strength has nothing to do with numbers." Kai Yang smiled faintly. "What you said makes sense. Yes, I will give you a chance to convince me." The succubus demon's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, "I have heard of a saying called killing the chicken to get the eggs. Master, what you are doing now is true. If you want the eggs, you don't have to kill the chicken that laid the eggs." "Are you willing to be the chicken that laid the eggs?" The succubus demon smiled bitterly and said, "It's better than dying. We are willing to cooperate and let Return to Ruins devour our demon chi. Although this will not be as fast as directly devouring us, it won't be too bad. Moreover, it won't cut off the source of power. As long as we are alive, we will be able to provide Return to Ruins with the power to grow." Master is a smart person, so you should be able to understand the pros and cons. Yang Kai snorted and said, "What if I insist on killing the chicken to get the eggs?" The succubus demon pursed his lips and turned to look at the other Demon King. He said bitterly, "If Master insists, we will have no choice but to give it a try. Although we know there is no hope, we will only die. Moreover, if we die, Return to Ruins will not be able to obtain any benefits. Master might not know this, but Return to Ruins doesn't eat the dead. It only eats the living." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai nervously. The other Demon Kings did not say a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern. After pondering for a long time, he revealed a look of understanding. No wonder it didn't eat the last demon race. It is actually this picky. The succubus demon could not help but be dumbfounded. When she saw Yang Kai thinking so seriously, she thought that Yang Kai was thinking about the proposal. Who knew that it was actually something unrelated? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yang Kai say, "If it is as you say, then it is not impossible to give it a try. Killing people is fine, but massacring a city is against the laws of heaven. If it is not forced, this young master is not willing to try. Whether you live or die depends on your performance." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai threw the black puppy over. The other demon kings turned pale with fright and instinctively dodged. They had clearly seen the scene of the black puppy swallowing the blood demon. It was a lesson learned for the future. At least the succubus demon was more reliable. She mustered up her courage and caught the black puppy. The black puppy opened its mouth and instantly blocked the light in front of the succubus demon. The succubus demon was so scared that its whole body went weak. It could only watch as the big mouth bit down on it. It did not have the strength to run away. A bang was heard as Yang Kai slapped the black puppy's head. The black puppy whimpered and closed its mouth, allowing the succubus demon to escape. "You can't eat it." Yang Kai looked at it with a serious face. "Don't play dumb. If I say you can't eat it, then you can't eat it." The black puppy's ears immediately drooped. "It's fine now." Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon and laughed. The succubus demon froze in place. After a while, it said awkwardly, "I'm a little weak. Who wants to go first?" The group of demon kings looked at each other. In the end, a bone demon walked out and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go first." As he spoke, he strode in front of the black puppy and pushed his demonic chi. In an instant, his demonic chi rolled and fiercely rushed towards the black puppy. The black puppy suddenly became excited. It opened its mouth again, and a strong suction force came from it, sucking the bone demon's demonic chi into its mouth and into its stomach. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black puppy and the bone demon seemed to be connected by a black line. A steady stream of demonic chi flowed into the black puppy's body through the bone demon, and the frost covering the black puppy's body quickly melted. The bone demon's strength wasn't bad. The aura he emitted was between the second order and third order emperor realm. Among the demon kings, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. However, such a demon king couldn't even last a stick of incense worth of time in front of the black puppy. No matter how much he pushed his demonic chi, the black puppy was able to suck it dry. Its small stomach was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After a stick of incense worth of time, the bone demon staggered and withdrew his demonic chi. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes dimmed a lot. This was obviously a sign that he had consumed too much of his demonic chi. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to recover. With such a good start, the other demon kings walked to the black puppy one by one and did the same, one after another. The demon kings flashed past the little black dog's eyes. Every single one of them was almost sucked dry of all their energy and energy. Even the most powerful demon king couldn't last more than 2 sticks of incense worth of time in this kind of torture before running out of energy. In less than 3 hours, all the demon kings were sitting on the ground in several rows. Yang Kai's face was a little dark. Although he knew that the black puppy had definitely become much stronger, he was certain that it wasn't enough to take them out of here. The succubus demon observed his expression and said, "This mistress can summon all the demon commanders in the city. Although their strength is lower, they have the advantage in numbers." Yang Kai gently nodded. The succubus demon then began to summon people. Not long after, demon commander-level figures flew over from all directions of the city. Just as the succubus demon said, although the demon commander's cultivations were lower, They had the advantage in numbers. They could definitely provide the black puppy with some capital to grow stronger. When the numerous demon commanders arrived and saw the miserable state of the demon kings, they were all shocked and uneasy. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. The succubus demon called a few of the strongest demon commanders to its side and whispered a few words to them, causing their faces to turn pale. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the black puppy with extreme fear. Very soon, the demon marshals knew what they were here for. With so many demon kings as precedents, they knew that they couldn't resist. They lined up in front of the black puppy and circulated their demon chi. The demon commanders were far inferior to the demon kings. A demon commander was comparable to a Tao source realm existence, but they could only last for a few dozen breaths. The suction force from the black puppy's mouth seemed to be able to suck the surging energy out of their bodies, making it impossible for them to last for long. One after another, the demon commanders were completely exhausted. After a day, all the demon commanders had taken their turns. Looking around, all of them were sitting in meditation to recover. It was a spectacular sight. A short day wasn't enough for the demon kings to fully recover. The black puppy barked a few times impatiently. Ever since it was born, it had never eaten so happily, although it wasn't as delicious as directly devouring a demon king. This method of eating was better in terms of endurance, making it so happy that it didn't want to go home. The bone demon that was resting at the beginning had no choice but to stand up again and do what it was doing yesterday. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched with cold eyes. He knew that if this continued, it would only lead to a vicious cycle. The demon race wouldn't get enough rest, and the energy they could provide to the black puppy would only decrease. In the end, there would be very little left. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out a few bottles of recovery spirit pills and awakened the succubus demon, asking her to distribute them. The succubus demon had a stuttering look on its face. It wanted to ask what these spirit pills were, but it didn't have the courage. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the initiative to explain. Only then did it feel much more at ease. After a short while, the spirit pills were distributed. The demon kings that took the spirit pills all had happy looks on their faces. They could clearly feel that their energy recovery speed had increased by a lot. The succubus demon walked back. As if it could see Yang Kai's thoughts, it said in a low voice, "Master, you don't have to worry too much. Right now, the world principles are leaning towards the star boundary. After the world principles change, our recovery speed will be even faster. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems." "I hope so." Yang Kai didn't express his opinion. Chapter 2984. In the reincarnation world, the laws of heaven and earth were constantly changing, sometimes leaning towards the star boundary, sometimes leaning towards the demon territory. There was no pattern to it at all. The reason for this was that the reincarnation world was located between these two great worlds. As it drifted through the void, it would occasionally come into contact with these two great worlds. Whichever great world it came into contact with, the laws of heaven and earth would be affected by that great world. However, generally speaking, before the laws of heaven and earth changed, there would be some obvious signs of heaven and earth. The humans of the human sovereign city relied on this to avoid danger. With the pills that Yang Kai distributed, the demon kings recovered much faster, but it was still not enough to satisfy the little black dog's appetite. Yang Kai could only place his hopes on the changes in the reincarnation world. This wait lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the demon kings and demon commanders of the Demon Fury City had all been rotated by the little black dog close to 10 times. They had to constantly meditate to recover, and then let the little black dog devour their demonic essence. No expert could endure this kind of torment, not even Yang Kai. As a result, All the demon kings and demon commanders had deathly pale faces, as if their lifespans were nearing their end and they could die at any moment. There were even some demon kings and demon commanders whose cultivation had regressed greatly, and it was unknown when they would be able to cultivate back. They simply could not continue living like this. If they could escape, they would have done so already. However, there were mutated beasts returned to ruins, 2 dragon race experts, and Yang Kai watching over them. How could they have a chance to escape? They were also looking forward to the arrival of the laws of the demon territory. Half a month later, there was finally a change in heaven and earth. A thunderous sound rolled over, causing the demon race experts who had been waiting for this day to be so excited that tears appeared in their eyes, and they cheered endlessly. After the sound, the world's spiritual energy seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Li Jiaoqiu came to Yang Kai's side and said with a distressed expression, "Palace Master Yang, save me." Since coming here, he had asked Yang Kai for help more than once. "What is it this time?" Li Jiao said, "This Li has already been corroded by the demonic qi. These days, demonic thoughts are everywhere, and it's been very difficult for me to hold on. The laws of heaven and earth are about to change. If I don't find a place to hide, I'm afraid this time it will really become the demon race." Previously, when he was wandering outside with Zhu Lai, he didn't find a place to hide when the laws of heaven and earth changed and the demonic qi invaded his body. He had been relying on his powerful cultivation to suppress the demonic thoughts in his body. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth were about to change again, he was afraid that this world would be filled with demonic qi again. In his current state, there was no way he could hold on. When the time came, he would definitely be completely devoured by the demonic will and become a demon. Then find a place to hide. "Why are you begging me?" Yang Kai asked with a chuckle. Li Jiao said with a bitter expression, "But I don't know where to go. Before, I heard Palace Master Yang say that there was a human sovereign city here. I don't know. Don't think about the human sovereign city. Although it's not far from here, you don't have time to get there." When Li Jiao heard this, he immediately panicked. "Then what should I do?" Yang Kai shrugged and spread his hands. "Good luck." Li Jiao's face darkened, and he almost cried. "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li came here because of you," Yang Kai said. "If I can save you, of course I will, but there's nothing I can do now." Li Jiao's expression couldn't help but become ugly. Among the people present, the 2 dragon race shouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the demonic qi. After all, they were divine spirits, and their dragon blood had divinity, so they had a strong resistance to the demonic qi. Not to mention the laws of heaven and earth changing. Even if they were really thrown into the territory of the demons, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. Yang Kai couldn't be treated lightly. Although Li Jiao didn't know why he was so confident that he would be safe and sound, he knew that he had a way just by looking at his relaxed expression. Li Jiao was a bit angry. He felt that Yang Kai was too precious and wasn't willing to help him. "Didn't I show you a path before? What can I do if you don't cherish it?" Li Jiao said in a deep voice. "Palace Master Yang, don't joke around. Only you can think of taking blood from the dragon race. If this Li really made this request, I'm afraid that my end would be very miserable. Anyway, it's going to become the demon race. Can there be anything worse than this? Palace Master Yang, are you really going to stand by and watch me die?" Li Jiao's face was filled with killing intent. Black qi tumbled around his body as anger and evil thoughts grew in his heart, causing his demonic nature to suddenly increase by a lot. Especially now that the world's aura was beginning to transform into the demonic qi, it affected his temperament. Yang Kai looked at him with a cold smile. "Are you going to bite me?" "Damn it!" Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore. His face became ferocious as he clenched his teeth and shouted, "If it weren't for you, how could this Li be reduced to such a state? Since you are so cold-blooded and heartless, then don't blame this Li for not giving you any face. I will fight you to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, black chi tumbled around his body, and his eyes became incomparably red. Shaking his head suddenly turned into a giant Jiao dragon's head, ferociously biting down at Yang Kai. Having been eroded by the demonic chi, he had been incomparably sullen these days. Now that he was provoked by Yang Kai, he finally couldn't maintain his nature. The suppressed demonic thoughts completely broke out, instantly becoming the demon race. "A little Jiao dares to be impudent in front of me? Li Jiao, you've got guts." Facing Li Jiao's angry attack, Yang Kai just chuckled and urged the golden divine dragon source in his body, raising his hand and pointing at Li Jiao's forehead. A golden light bloomed from his fingertip. This golden light wasn't dazzling, but Li Jiao reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. With a scream, his giant Jiao dragon's head shrank back to its original size. The Emperor Qi in his body couldn't circulate properly, and he almost couldn't breathe. When Yang Kai's fingertip touched Li Jiao's forehead, Li Jiao's body shook and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. After coming back to his senses, Li Jiao was shocked. He never thought that he would actually do such a thing and attack Yang Kai. He also knew that this was an action influenced by his demonic chi and not his original intention, but he was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know and would try to kill him. His cultivation was indeed higher than Yang Kai's by 2 minor realms, but under the suppression of his bloodline. This difference didn't give him the slightest advantage. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing a conch. He wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. This was the tragedy of being a descendant of the dragon race. The bloodline of a dragon race descendant allowed him to walk further and stand higher than others. His current third-order emperor realm cultivation was proof. If he didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be impossible for him to have such a high cultivation with his aptitude. But in front of an opponent who also had the bloodline of the dragon race, one's own cultivation was often secondary, and the power of one's bloodline was the key. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Palace Master Yang, I was wrong. Please show mercy." Yang Kai was still chuckling, completely ignoring him, as if he really wanted to kill him. Li Jiao's face was ashen as he thought to himself that he was completely done for. He pitted his fire dragon palace and his beautiful concubines. He didn't know who would benefit from them in the future. After these distracting thoughts passed, he didn't meet the call of death. Yang Kai's hand was still on his forehead, without the slightest murderous intent. He was just looking at him with a playful expression. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt that the power in Yang Kai's body had undergone a huge change. The aura that filled the air had an ancient taste, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. A deep and solemn incantation sounded as a ray of light blossomed from Yang Kai's fingertips and enveloped Li Jiao. In the next instant, Li Jiao's body trembled as his bones cracked. His originally tall body suddenly swelled as a fierce surge of blood chi spread out from his body, attacking the demonic chi that enveloped his body. Li Jiao was stunned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he clearly felt that his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, he inexplicably felt an extremely bloodthirsty and warlike thought. Although this thought made him feel a little uncomfortable, it diluted the influence of the demonic chi on him, allowing him to maintain a strange state of clarity. Looking from afar, Li Jiao was currently filled with 2 colors. One was the pitch-black demonic chi, and the other was the blood chi in his body blooming. The red and black intertwined and wriggled. Incomparably strange. "This is—" Li Jiao involuntarily asked. At this time, he also knew that Yang Kai didn't have any killing intent towards him. The reason why he did this was probably to help him. However, he couldn't understand. Since Yang Kai had this ability, he should have done it earlier. Why did he have to play with him? Ancient bloodthirsty technique. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It has a strong restraining effect on the demonic qi that invades a human's body. In ancient times, the great wizard used this method to save his people, but today's world principles are somewhat different from those of that time. It is not difficult to expel the demonic qi in your body, but it takes some effort to eradicate it. It is best to let your demonic nature erupt completely in order to solve the problem once and for all. Otherwise, it may leave behind some hidden dangers. You don't want to inexplicably become the demon race when you cultivate in the future, right? Ooh. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with a moved expression and said, "So Palace Master Yang has been ignoring me these days? Deliberately keeping me in suspense and squeezing me? If not for this, the demonic nature in his body would not have erupted so quickly." Yang Kai said, "We came in together, so we naturally have to go out together. What's more, your Fire Dragon Palace still owes me a lot of source crystals, so I naturally can't let you die like this." This Li will remember Palace Master Yang's kindness in his heart. Li Jiao was extremely excited. He originally thought that he would die, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Not only did he have a chance to live, but he also didn't have to worry about the consequences. Don't be happy too early. As I said, the world principles today are not the same as the world principles in ancient times. The people who live in different world principles are also different. This method is useful for ancient humans, but I don't know how effective it will be for you. You have to be more careful when you cultivate in the future. Yes, yes, yes. This Li will definitely be careful. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand to slap Li Jiao, shouting in a low voice, "Demon suppression," under this palm. The tumbling demonic qi on the surface of Li Jiao's body seemed to be suppressed by something and frantically withdrew into his body. Chapter 2985. Yang Kai changed his incantation again and sent out another palm strike. Demon vanquishing. When the light flashed, a black qi whizzed out from behind Li Jiao, as if the vengeful spirit that had possessed him had been repelled. It even let out a ghostly wail. The black qi that rushed out lasted for more than a dozen breaths, and when the demonic qi was completely removed, Li Jiao's eyes flashed with joy. He was clear about his own situation. He had been plagued by demonic qi these days, and the demonic qi was like a bone that would continue to grow. Even a third-order emperor, realm master, couldn't get rid of it. But now, with Yang Kai's help, he clearly felt that the problem that had been troubling him was completely solved. There was no longer any demonic qi remaining in his body. With the demonic qi expelled and the bloodthirst technique restrained, there was no longer any demonic thoughts in his heart, and his knowledge sea was clear. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao shed tears of gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Kai grin at him, then send out a palm strike. This palm strike was definitely not a demon vanquishing technique because it was quite powerful. Most importantly, it contained the power of the dragon race's bloodline suppression. Poor Li Jiao, a third-order emperor realm master, didn't even have time to react before he was knocked unconscious by this palm strike. Yang Kai waved his hand at him, and Li Jiao immediately disappeared. Zhu Lai, who had been watching coldly, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He couldn't figure out where Yang Kai had taken Li Jiao. Only Zhu Qing knew that the little flood dragon should have been thrown into that strange space. The world principles were about to change, and although the demonic qi in Li Jiao's body had been removed, if he didn't find a way to avoid it, he was bound to be corroded by the demonic qi again. The human sovereign city was too far away, and there was no place to hide in Demon's Fury City. That strange space was the best place. Thinking about what happened in that strange space, Zhu Qing couldn't help but feel her cheeks burn. At this moment, the change in the world principles was very obvious. The world energy seemed to be affected by a strange influence and was rapidly transforming into demonic chi. Many demon kings and demon commanders were waiting excitedly. This was the aura of their ancestral land. When the world principles of the reincarnation world shifted towards the demon territory, their cultivation and recovery would be much faster. The black puppy also became very excited. Obviously, it was very obviously fond of the world principles, and it opened its mouth opened, swallowing the demonic chi. Not long after, the entire world had changed greatly. The surroundings were filled with dense demonic chi, and the world was dark. The dense demonic chi filled the surroundings, giving people the illusion that they had entered the demonic domain. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the demon domain was like, he guessed that it shouldn't be much different from the current reincarnation realm. This time, the change in the world principles only lasted for 3 days. In 3 days, the experts of Demon's Wrath City had recovered a lot, but it was still not enough to satisfy the black puppy's appetite. 3 days later, Yang Kai brought the black puppy to the Yinfeng Mountain again. When he returned, he was frowning. Under the disappointed gazes of many demon kings and demon commanders, he left the black puppy behind and let it continue to devour the demonic chi. "How is it?" Zhu Lai asked. "I can't see the exit." Yang Kai shook his head. Although they had walked a bit further this time, they still couldn't determine where the exit was. In other words, the black puppy's current strength was not enough to take them away. They could only let it continue to grow stronger. Zhu Qing walked forward and held Yang Kai's hand. "Don't worry, we will be able to get out. It's just a matter of time." Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not worried about anything. It's just that this damned place is a bit depressing. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can feel at ease." Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "What if we really can't leave?" Yang Kai held her hand tightly and said affectionately, "Then we'll spend the rest of our lives together here." Zhu Qing lowered her head and blushed. "You too. Do you think I'm blind?" Zhu Lai snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He had sternly warned Yang Kai before, but he didn't expect this guy to not take his words seriously at all. Not only that, but this guy was actually flirting right under his nose. He couldn't bear it. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder. He looked at him provocatively and said, "You keep an eye on things here. I'm going to take a walk with your big sister." After saying this, he directly flew away with Zhu Qing. Li Jiao anxiously called out from behind, "Palace Master Yang, come back soon." Without Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi when the world principles changed. Although he didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used before, he didn't show any signs of being corroded by the demonic chi when he was unconscious. If he wanted to survive in this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Where are we going?" Zhu Qing thought that Yang Kai had brought her out for some reason and asked innocently, "Anywhere, as long as there's no one around." These words were too explicit. Zhu Qing immediately understood what he meant and felt her heart burn like a rabbit. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Yang Kai and the others arrived in Demon Fury City. During these 3 months, the demon kings and demon commanders of Demon Fury City were living a life worse than death. They constantly wandered back and forth between recovering and being devoured. Often, they would only recover 20 to 30% of their cultivation before they were forced to fight. In these 3 months, the cultivation of all the demon kings and demon commanders had dropped by 1 to 2 minor realms. This was simply like stewing a knife and cutting meat, even more painful than being directly killed. Sometimes, the demon kings simply wanted to throw caution to the wind and fight Yang Kai and the others, but after thinking about it, they decided that it was better to live than to die. Their ancestors had operated here for more than 100,000 years, and Demon Fury City couldn't be cut off in this generation. Thinking like this, they could only wait bitterly, hoping that they could send this group of demons away as soon as possible. The little black dog still looked the same, only exuding the aura of a fifth order or sixth order cultivator, but through Yang Kai's many experiments, it had become much stronger. The unknown space in its stomach was more than 100 times larger than before, and it could already bring Yang Kai to a very deep place. During these 3 months, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing would occasionally go out to sightsee, spending a day or two outside before returning to Demon Fury City. Zhu Qing had a lot of complaints about this, and many cold words and sarcastic remarks were to no avail. Zhu Qing's face was thin, and every time she was scolded, she would feel guilty and blush for a long time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a troublemaker, and no matter what he said, it was all nonsense. Li Jiao also didn't have a good time, because every time the laws of heaven and earth shifted to the side of the demon territory, he would be knocked unconscious by Yang Kai and would only wake up when the change was over. Until today, he still didn't know how Yang Kai had helped him avoid the fate of being corroded by the demonic qi, but his gratitude towards him grew with each passing day, and he had the intention of following his lead. At this time, Yang Kai was already a little glad that he hadn't let the little black dog devour the Demon King here, because if he had really done that, the little black dog would never have been able to grow to its current level in 3 months. Keeping these egg-laying chickens was indeed better than swallowing them directly. The bitter days of the demon race were finally coming to an end, because the last time Yang Kai brought the little black dog back from Wind Mountain, he told Julai that he had vaguely grasped the location of the exit, and that as long as the little black dog became a little stronger, there should be a chance to leave this place. This news made all the demon race extremely excited. They had bitterly endured here for 3 months just for this day, and now that they saw hope, they naturally worked even harder to restore themselves. Their treasured demon fruits and demonic beasts that they were reluctant to use were all taken out, sparing no effort to restore their strength. After another round of world principles change, Yang Kai took Li Jiao out of the sealed world bead and woke him up. On the square, all the demon kings and demon commanders sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces weak and haggard as they stared at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai grinned and said loudly, "Since ancient times, humans and demons have always been at odds. You and I have a blood feud that is difficult to resolve. So it stands to reason that I should kill all of you and end this once and for all." As soon as the statement came out, the faces of many of the demon race changed slightly, but they didn't panic because from the meaning of Yang Kai's words, they could tell that Yang Kai didn't intend to do so. However, thanks to your help these past few months, we have hope of leaving this place, so I am willing to spare your lives. Many thanks, Master, the succubus demon shouted, but no one from the demon race responded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I hope we won't have a chance to meet again." "Who wants to meet you again?" All the demon kings and demon commanders cursed in their hearts. "Farewell." Yang Kai smiled and beckoned the black puppy, taking the lead to fly towards Wind Mountain. Zhu Qing, her brother, and Li Jiao quickly followed. "I wish Master good luck and success." The succubus demon waved his hand vigorously, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. "It wasn't easy. We finally sent these demons away." Many demon kings and demon commanders looked at the backs of Yang Kai and the others, praying sincerely in their hearts that they could leave this world. Yang Kai had been to Wind Mountain more than a dozen times, and every time he came, he would bring the black puppy to experiment. Each time, he would be able to travel a long distance more than before. So, he was familiar with the entire process. The cold demonic qi that swept over from an unknown place was endless, and the deeper they went, the more terrifying it became. In the beginning, everyone was safe and sound. They could resist the effects of the cold demonic qi with their own cultivation. However, After 1,000 feet, they began to struggle. Without the black puppy's help, no one was able to travel more than 300 feet. The black puppy was clearly very familiar with this, so after 1,000 feet, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the cold demonic chi. In an instant, the pressure on the group of four was greatly reduced. 90% of the cold demonic chi was swallowed by the black puppy, and the remaining 10% was dispersed. Yang Kai and the others could easily deal with it. As they continued to move forward, the cold demonic chi became more and more powerful. However, the black puppy was safe and sound, taking it all in. Only after 100,000 feet did a faint chill begin to appear on its body. It was clear that the cold demonic chi was beginning to affect it. Chapter 2986. The Group of Four. Yang Kai took the lead with the black puppy in his arms, Zhu Qing and her brother in the middle, and Li Jiao bringing up the rear, were only 3 steps away from each other. The surrounding scenery could not be seen, and even his divine sense could not extend beyond 200 meters. So Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction. He only needed to walk in the direction of the cold demonic chi. After a day, there was finally a trace of abnormality in front of them. Strong fluctuations of space principles came from that direction, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as he shouted, "Cheer up! We're almost there!" Hearing him say this, the remaining 3 all wore solemn expressions, especially Li Jiao, who pushed his emperor Qi fiercely as a voice rang out in his mind. In just a little while, they would be able to leave this hellish place and return to their fire dragon palace. Thinking so, Li Jiao's blood boiled, and he was filled with anticipation. The cold chi around the black puppy's body became even more severe as a thick layer of frost enveloped it. Its mouth, which had been open all this time, had also shrunk significantly, obviously reaching its limit. 1,000 meters in front of the group, there seemed to be a source of cold demonic chi that was howling with cold wind. The cold demonic chi that existed anywhere on Ill Wind Mountain was not as terrifying as this place. The last time Kai Yang came here, he had found this place and knew that this should be the location of the exit. The little black dog had grown a lot in the past few days, so, according to Kai Yang's estimation, it should be able to lead them to the exit. Success or failure would depend on this. Kai Yang continued to whisper encouragement into the little black dog's ear. The black puppy obviously understood, and probably knew that everyone's life and death depended on it. Suddenly, as if it had received divine assistance, a muffled roar came from its throat, and its mouth, which had shrunk significantly, swelled up again. All the cold demonic chi that was blowing towards them was swallowed up. The pressure on everyone decreased sharply. Yang Kai's pace also increased a lot. 700 meters, 500 meters, 30 zhang. When he was 10 feet away, Yang Kai was finally able to clearly see what the exit looked like. At first glance, it looked like a crack in the void, but also like an open wallet. From that crack, pure and rich demonic chi and an ice-cold aura that could extinguish life rolled and converged. The gap was dozens of feet long, stretching across the top of the Ill Wind Mountain. It rose and fell continuously, changing constantly. It seemed to be extremely unstable. Logically speaking, such a crack could not exist for a long time, because the laws of heaven and earth would automatically repair such an incomplete place. However, the reincarnation world was a peculiar, small world in the first place. It was located in the void crevice between the demon territory and the astral plane. It was not surprising that a crack had appeared in the reincarnation world due to the pull of the 2 large worlds. If one day the pull of a large world on the reincarnation world suddenly became much stronger, perhaps it would tear the entire reincarnation world apart. At that time, all living beings living here would inevitably perish. And this kind of crack was not enough for people to casually pass through, because its changes would trigger the power of the space laws. If someone who did not understand this tried to force their way through, it would be fine if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky, they might die on the spot. If one wanted to leave through this crack, they would first have to stabilize it and create a safe entrance. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he had already come up with a plan. He shouted, "I will cast a spell to stabilize this exit, but it won't last for long, at most 3 breaths of time. You must follow closely. Don't get lost in the void." Zhu Qing nodded heavily. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also tensed up, their minds tense, ready to move at a moment's notice. This matter was related to the void crack and the space laws, so no matter how strong they were, it was useless. At this time, they could only listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression also became serious, and the space principles around his body fluctuated. Although he stood in place, he gave off a feeling of being far and near, which was because the surrounding space was affected. Open! With a loud shout, the invisible space principles were mobilized, transforming into a visible shockwave that slammed into the constantly changing void crack. Suddenly, a transparent door seemed to be installed at a certain location in the void crack, and the area covered by this door became extremely stable. "Qing, let's go," Yang Kai called out. Zhu Qing, who had been prepared, rushed through the invisible door and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lai followed closely behind, not saying a word. Li Jiao was the last to act. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to rush in as well, but the moment he left the black dog's territory, his body stiffened and his emperor qi became sluggish. Staring at the entrance right in front of him, he was frozen in place. His eyes widened, and the blood in his body almost froze. Fear enveloped him, and he was shrouded in despair. He knew that he was finished. If he missed this best opportunity, he would never be able to leave this place, and his only fate would be to freeze to death. In a moment of desperation, he could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. What a piece of trash! Kai Yang angrily cursed. He hadn't thought that this guy would actually drop the ball at such a critical moment. He wished he could just let him go, but he still reached out and grabbed him. Holding the black puppy in his other hand, he quickly rushed towards the crack. After 3 breaths of time, the stabilized territory began to collapse, and the void crack began to fluctuate again. Yang Kai had no choice but to urge his space force again, pushing out a safe space in front of him before disappearing. The howling wind suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was no light at all, nor was there any world energy. It was as if this place was a void. Suddenly coming from such a noisy environment to such a strange and quiet place, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. In this place, only divine sense had some use. "Qing," Yang Kai called out as soon as he arrived, but his voice could not come out. Fortunately, he had already sensed Zhu Qing's aura, so he immediately left Li Jiao and came to Zhu Qing's side to hold her. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm fine," Zhu Qing replied. She was the first to rush in, so naturally nothing would happen to her, but Yang Kai's concerns still warmed her heart. "This is the void crack." "Yes, this is the void crack." This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to this kind of place. The void crack was everywhere, and one could enter from any place. Although the void crack was similar in size, it was vast and boundless. For some people, even if they were strong, such a place was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be lost in it and never be able to leave. Only those who were proficient in the Tao of Space had the qualifications to walk through it, and even then, they were still far from being able to stroll through it. At this time, Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also came over. Zhu Lai was fine, but Li Jiao had just been severely frozen and was currently shivering, a look of lingering fear on his face. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he sent them a message, The void crack is filled with void turbulence. Once that thing comes into contact with it, it will either be sucked into it and disappear, or it will immediately be teleported to an unknown location. So if you feel that something is wrong, don't be curious and investigate. Just stay as far away as possible. Palace Master Yang is right. I will listen to you. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. In this situation, even if Yang Kai let out a fart, he would have to be careful. There was no other way. Not only had he been indebted to Yang Kai time and time again, he had just been saved by Yang Kai. Now, if he wanted to leave this place and return to the star boundary, he could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. It is also very easy to get separated in this place. Even if you are nearby, you may not be able to find each other in a moment of distraction. So I suggest that everyone should hold each other's hands and become good friends. That's a good suggestion. Li Jiao was looking for some sense of security, and Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly touched his heart, so he quickly turned to look at Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai said with a cold face, "If you dare come over, you're dead." And it was Palace Master Yang who said so. Li Jiao replied, awkwardly. Zhu Lai frowned and took out a ribbon from his space ring without saying a word. Although this place was filled with nothingness and chaos, when this ribbon appeared, it still bloomed with a brilliant light. This was obviously a good emperor artifact, and an emperor artifact that was suitable for women. Use this, Zhu Lai said. Letting him hold hands with Li Jiao was simply worse than killing him. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Lai immediately shook the ribbon and flicked it straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one end, tying it to his waist, while Zhu Lai tied the other end to his body. Li Jiao looked at it eagerly and said with a bashful face, leave a little for me too." Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't go too far, and really left a section for Li Jiao. Li Jiao hurriedly tied it to his wrist, happily. In this way, the three men were connected together. The quality of the ribbon was quite good, so it wasn't easy to break it. As for Zhu Qing, there was no need to worry. She was always in Yang Kai's arms and could be said to be the safest one. It was just that being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others made her blush a little. "Okay, let's go find the exit now," Yang Kai called out. "Do you know where the exit is?" Zhu Lai asked. "I have a feeling." Yang Kai turned and looked in a certain direction, his figure flickering as he rushed over. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao hurriedly followed. After walking for a while, Zhu Lai realized that something was wrong. Using ribbons to contact each other was indeed a good way to avoid the awkwardness and discomfort of holding hands. But now, why did it feel like Yang Kai was holding hands with two animals thinking? So, Zhu Lai's face suddenly became incomparably dark. Shame, a great shame. He secretly decided in his heart that if anyone mentioned today's matter in front of him in the future, he would never let it go. He turned his head and fiercely warned Li Jiao with his eyes. Li Jiao was shocked, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. Inexplicably, he actually felt Zhu Lai's killing intent. He didn't provoke him, so what was going on? He couldn't understand. Chapter 2987. In the boundless void, the group of people walked for an unknown amount of time, avoiding countless void turbulence, and finally arrived at a strange place. There seemed to be 2 levels here, and each level had an enormous vortex. The vortex was pitch black and seemed to be able to swallow everything, causing one to shudder with fear. The 2 vortexes appeared to be in a strange state of stillness, but anyone could feel the shocking suction force coming from them. Yang Kai and the others stood in the middle of these 2 vortexes. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai said solemnly, "There are 2 exits here. If I'm not wrong, one should lead to the star boundary, and the other should lead to the demon territory." Li Jiao asked, "Which one should we go to?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "The one above." although it looks the same on the outside. The one below has some demonic chi spilling out, so it definitely leads to the demon territory. Since we can determine the location, let's go, Zhu Lai urged. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will take you out of here and return to the star territory, but I can't guarantee your safety on the way. After all, there is a lot of randomness. Now that things have gotten to this point, there's no point in saying anything more. Yang Kai grinned and said, Then let's go. Be sure to follow closely. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the vortex. The laws of space around him surged madly, transforming into an invisible force that surged towards the vortex. As he spied on the situation within, he broke through the layers of barriers and opened up a path between the two worlds that allowed him to pass through safely. The tranquil whirlpool immediately underwent some unexpected changes. Layers upon layers of whirlpools began to rotate, and a crazy squeezing force came from all directions, as if it was going to squeeze people to the point of exploding. At first glance, this scene looked like Yang Kai was riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting them to the left and right but converging behind him. Zhu Lai and the others could only follow closely behind Yang Kai to avoid the danger of being swallowed by the waves. Fortunately, everyone was a master among masters, and they were connected by the Emperor artifact ribbons, so no one made any mistakes at this critical moment. Yang Kai rushed all the way, pushing the space laws to the limit like a hot knife through butter. After shuttling through the void vortex for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge resistance in front of him, making him feel as if he had slammed into an iron plate. For a moment, the blood in his body churned and he felt dizzy. The barrier of worlds. The reason why the great worlds could not be connected to each other was because of the existence of the world barrier. This was the barrier between two worlds. Generally speaking, it was extremely strong, and even the great emperors could not tear it apart. As far as Yang Kai knew, only the great demon god of the demon territory had once broken through the territory's barrier and allowed the powerhouses of the demon territory to descend into the ancient star boundary. If this world barrier was in its normal state, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, would not be able to break through it. After all, his cultivation was too low, only at the First Order Emperor realm compared to those masters. However, the world barrier here was not complete, and the reincarnation world was drifting between the star boundary and the demon territory, so there had always been some flaws. Although Yang Kai's collision made him dizzy, he also felt that there was a chance to break through. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7 colors, stabilizing his mind. At the same time, he urged the power of the space principles to condense moon blades, which he madly shot forward. Countless moon blades exploded, chasing after the stars and the moon. Sure enough, a crack appeared in the sturdy barrier of the realm. Yang Kai was overjoyed and led everyone out of the gap. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Who knew if it was caused by Yang Kai's means, but after the gap appeared in the world barrier, a turbulent flow of void suddenly burst out and wrapped around everyone in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, his hand was empty. Zhu Qing had disappeared. He turned pale with fright and scanned with his divine sense. His heart sank to the bottom. Not only had Zhu Qing disappeared, but even Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been following behind him, had disappeared without a trace. The little black dog had also run off to some unknown place. Cold sweat dripped down, and Yang Kai wanted to turn around and rush back, but the world barrier was already out of his reach. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a different world, feeling the familiar world principles around him. Yang Kai understood that he had returned to the star boundary, but it was a little different from what he had expected. This place was not frozen ground because the surrounding environment was not as harsh as the harsh cold and white snow. This was not even the Northern Territory. Although the world principles of the star boundary were more or less the same, there were still some differences between the territory. Yong-kai had not stayed in the Northern Territory for long, and if this place was the Northern Territory, he would definitely be able to feel it. What the hell was this place? Could it be that Zhu Qing and the others did not keep up and were lost in the void? Thinking so, Yong-kai's face became extremely ugly. He had not expected the accident that happened when he broke through the world barrier. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more careful. If Zhu Qing and the others were really lost in the void, they would never be able to find a way out. In that case, he would have to make a trip back to the reincarnation world, but now the little black dog was gone. Even if he could really enter the reincarnation world, he would not be able to go deep into Wind Mountain. For a time, Yong-kai's mood was extremely depressed, and the joy of returning to the star boundary was gone. Looking down at his waist, Yong-kai saw that Zhu Lai's ribbon artifact had been broken, its brilliance dim, and its spirituality completely gone. This was a high-grade Emperor artifact, but it had been cut in half by the void. If it had cut Zhu Qing and the others, even their dragon bodies would have been injured. Taking a deep breath, Yong-kai forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled what he had just experienced. After a while, his tense expression gradually relaxed. Although everything just happened very quickly, Yong-kai could still sense it. Recalling what happened just now, he could more or less find some clues. He now felt that Zhu Qing and the others should not have been lost in the void. It was because they were affected by the void's turbulence when they were passing through the world barrier, causing them to be separated from him. If this was the case, it meant that they had all returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. As long as they returned to the star boundary with the strength of Zhu Qing and her brother, they would not be in any danger. Perhaps they were also looking for him now. With this thought in mind, Yong-kai relaxed a lot, but whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed. He turned his head and looked around. There was yellow sand everywhere, like a desert. The world energy here was not very good, and the environment was a bit harsh. There was not even a blade of grass in sight. In any case, it was more important to find Zhu Qing and the others first. Thinking so, Yong-kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and randomly chose a direction to search. This desert seemed to be very large. Yong-kai wandered around here for several days, but still could not see the border. Of course, he was constantly circling around the place where he appeared and did not walk in a straight line. If he had walked in a straight line, perhaps he would have left this desert. The reason why he was constantly circling around was naturally to find the whereabouts of Zhu Qing and the others. 5 days later, Yong-kai, who was paying attention to the movements around him in the flowing cloud shuttle, finally sensed a familiar aura. His spirit shook, and he immediately rushed in that direction. After a short while, he arrived at the place. He saw sand and dust rolling in front of him, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping past. In front of the sand and dust, a small black shadow was running, as if it was escaping the pursuit of a strong expert. It seemed to be in a panic, and its path was erratic. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and the one chasing after it was undoubtedly an extremely powerful monster beast. It was moving through the sand, but it was still unable to catch up with its target. It constantly roared angrily and launched a series of attacks, creating huge craters in the surrounding desert. Yong-kai put away the flowing cloud shuttle and directly went to meet the small black shadow that was running for its life. It seemed to have sensed Yong-kai's aura. When the small black shadow raised its head to look at Yong-kai, it was pleasantly surprised. Its 4 short legs dashed forward, and its speed suddenly increased a lot. In an instant, it opened up the distance between it and the enemy behind it. A moment later, the small black shadow rushed in front of Yang Kai and jumped into his arms. It whimpered a few times and its body trembled. Bow wow, don't be afraid. Yang Kai's hanging heart finally relaxed, and he gently stroked the black puppy's back. Seeing the black puppy, Yang Kai was sure that Zhu Qing and the others should be safe. At the very least, Zhu Qing was absolutely fine because the black puppy had been in Zhu Qing's arms all this time. Since the black puppy had returned to the star boundary, then Zhu Qing must have returned as well. It was just that he didn't know where she was now. The black puppy had obviously been chased for a long time. At this moment, it was panting and its small body was undulating. It finally found a trace of security in Yang Kai's arms. Roar! A thunderous roar rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Then, a huge two-story monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. This beast's face was ferocious and terrifying like an angry bull. Its two fangs were exposed, and its eyes were red with blood. Its monster chi was rolling, and it was emitting the aura of a peak 11th order. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. You're too useless being chased around by this guy. Don't you have the devouring divine technique? An 11th order monster beast was equivalent to the Tao source realm. Although this monster beast looked amazing, the black puppy had even swallowed the Demon King. How could it not do anything to an 11th order monster beast? Yang Kai couldn't understand the situation, no matter how hard he tried. Stop fooling around. Swallow it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poked the black puppy. Unexpectedly, the black puppy shrank even further into his arms, leaving only its butt exposed. Its legs clamped down on its short tail, and it looked like it was unwilling to come out no matter what. Roar! With another roar, the 11th order monster beast seemed to be enraged by Yang Kai's disrespect. It raised its huge paw and slapped down at Yang Kai as if it wanted to smash him into a meat patty. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, pointing his finger at the monster beast's paw. Without a sound, the huge paw suddenly exploded, and the force of the explosion forced the monster beast to involuntarily retreat. The ferocious look in its scarlet eyes disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a thick sense of horror. Chapter 2988. After cultivating to the 11th order, this monster beast would definitely have its own intelligence even if it did not transform. It would know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Yang Kai's gentle finger attack that exploded its giant claw immediately made it feel a fatal danger, so it immediately turned its head without hesitation. Its entire body was covered in sand and dust, as if it was using the divine technique to escape. It fled into the distance like the wind. Yang Kai was in a good mood after finding the black puppy, so he did not chase after it. He did not put the 11th order monster beast in his eyes, so he did not stop it when he saw it running away. What's going on with you? Yang Kai held the black puppy in front of him and looked at it carefully. He did not understand what was going on. It could even swallow the Demon King, but it was being chased by an 11th order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Thinking back, when Gongyu was possessed by the demon spirit, he had said that the black puppy had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, but he did not say that it was the cub of the Return to Ruins. Thinking about it, the black puppy's bloodline was very likely to be impure. When it was facing its favorite food like the demon race, its divine technique would definitely be activated. However, when it was facing other enemies, this ability would not work. It had once swallowed Manager Liao in the reincarnation world, but when it was fighting the princes and princesses in the palace, its performance was very normal and did not use its ability to swallow. Now, it seemed that it was being chased by the 11th order monster beast because it could not use its divine technique. This impure bloodline was very troublesome. However, Yang Kai did not care too much. It was good that the black puppy was capable, but it did not matter if it was not. After all, he did not need a dog to rely on its power. The most important thing now was to figure out where Zhu Qing had gone. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy and put it on his shoulder. He did not summon his flying emperor artifact and flew straight up. For the next 10 days, he continued to search the desert, but to no avail. 10 days later, an oasis suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Suddenly discovering such a bright place in a place full of yellow sand and dust, Yang Kai's mood became wonderful. There seemed to be a small village in the oasis, and there were many auras of living beings there. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately knew that there were no masters here. The strongest one here was just a Tao Source Realm Master, and the rest were even weaker. He landed on the oasis and came to the side of a clear pond. He washed his face with the water, and the little black dog jumped into the pond and swam around happily. When he looked up again, he saw a few children standing next to him, staring at him curiously with wide eyes. There were both boys and girls among these children. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment here, but their clothes were rather simple and crude. There were even many patches on their clothes. Moreover, their complexions were not very good. All of them were as thin as skin and bones. At first glance, one could tell that they were malnourished. Among them, the older ones should have already started cultivating, but their cultivations were pitifully low. Their eyes flashed with curiosity as they stood a few dozen meters away and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Yang Kai smiled at them, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the head of one of the girls and asked in surprise, "Little girl, where did you get this thing?" This girl was relatively older than the other children and had a bow on her head. What made Kai Yang pleasantly surprised was that the material used to tie the bow was none other than a very familiar colored ribbon. This was Zhu Lai's Emperor Artifact ribbon. Previously, in the Endless Void, in order to prevent them from getting separated, they used this Emperor Artifact ribbon to connect with each other. In the end, it was cut off by the void on the other side of the barrier. Yang Kai had a piece of it, but it was useless, so he threw it away. He did not expect to see another piece here. This was obviously not the one he threw away. After all, it was too far away from here, so this little girl definitely could not have picked it up. In other words, this piece of ribbon was either thrown away by Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. This discovery further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Sure enough, everyone had returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. When Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth to speak, all of the children were startled and retreated a few steps. "Let me have a look at this thing. I'll return it to you later." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and the ribbon flew into his hand. Looking down, Yang Kai confirmed that this was indeed a piece of the Emperor Artifact ribbon. Although it was an Emperor Artifact, after being broken into several pieces, it had lost all its spirituality and was no longer of much use. If not for this, the power of this Emperor Artifact alone would have been enough to crush this little girl to dust. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, but when he raised his head again to ask something, he saw the children suddenly scatter, probably frightened by his sudden action. A moment later, accompanied by the cries of the children, dozens of cultivators of varying cultivations suddenly rushed out from all directions and swarmed towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 3 layers of people, all of them looking at him vigilantly, with unfriendly expressions. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, knowing that his actions were a little rash. Turning his gaze, he fixed it on the face of a middle-aged man and asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" This middle-aged man had a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation and was the strongest person here, but for some reason, his face looked particularly weathered. His Tao Source realm cultivation did not prevent the flowing time great emperor from leaving a mark on his face. The other villagers were also the same. Moreover, Kai Yang also discovered that something was not quite right from their expressions. Their eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, this one is the one in charge of this green water manor. May I ask sir's name?" Although his cultivation was not as good as Yang Kai's, he could see that the young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. His tone was very respectful, for fear of bringing a fatal disaster to Greenwater Manor. "My name doesn't matter. I just want to ask something." Yang Kai raised the ribbon in his hand and said, "I saw this thing on that girl's head just now. I just want to ask where she got this from, but I don't want to disturb her. But I didn't want to disturb them. Can you help me ask them?" The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, there's no need to ask her. You know?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I got this from a red-haired young man." Red-haired young man. Yang Kai was happy to hear this. He did not need to ask carefully to know that it was Zhu Lai, so he quickly asked, "Where is that red-haired young man?" "He has been gone for a long time." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "About half a month ago, he suddenly came here and then waited here for half a day. Another woman came to find him, so the two left together." Yang Kai quickly asked, "What did that woman look like? Did she also have red hair?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, those two people seemed to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than you." Yes, they are stronger than me." Yang Kai was full of smiles, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. Although he guessed that Zhu Qing should be fine when he found the little black dog, now that it was confirmed, he still felt relieved. Red hair was a sign unique to red dragons. Zhu Lai had obviously come to this oasis, and then used the dragon race to contact Zhu Qing. After she came, they left together. The middle-aged man said again, "This ribbon was thrown by that red-haired young man before he left. The child is not sensible, so she casually picked it up to play with. If this thing is useful to sir, please take it back." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. I'm just asking some questions. You don't have to be nervous." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the ribbon immediately flew to the little girl. The little girl looked at Yang Kai and then grabbed the ribbon in her hand. She held it in her hand like it was a treasure and did not let go. After confirming that Yang Kai did not have any ill intentions, the group was relieved. They also felt that Yang Kai was very strong. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions, they would not be able to resist. "Where did that man and woman go? Can you tell me?" The middle-aged man pointed and said, "That way." Yang Kai looked into the distance and then cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." He turned around and called for the little black dog, and then picked it up. Then his figure flashed, and he chased after Zhu Qing and her brother. Seeing him leave, the group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the figure in front of them blurred, and the young man came back. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Sir, what else do you want?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I thought about it. You helped me, so I should return the favor. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." The middle-aged man shook his head. "It may be a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. How about this? If you have any requests, just tell me. I can satisfy you." As soon as he said this, the group could not help but become restless, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The steward's expression changed, but after hesitating for a long time, he still shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but we don't have any requests." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Judging from your expressions, you must have some difficulties or even life-threatening. If you don't answer my questions, it means that you are being suppressed or you don't have confidence in me. Are you being targeted by some master?" "It's not like that." The middle-aged man shook his head again looking a little nervous. "Sir, you should leave quickly. The people you are looking for have been gone for half a month. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with them." Yang Kai ignored him and looked at the little girl who had picked up the ribbon, saying, "You helped me, so I'll help you now. Tell me if anyone bullied you. I'll teach them a lesson so they can never bully you again." The little girl was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Really?" The little girl said, "Then can you go and kill that big snake? It often comes to eat people. My little brother and little sister were eaten by it." "Big snake?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 2989. 10 days later, in a city, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. After so many days, he finally figured out where he was. Western Territory. In the star boundary, the Western Territory was the most barren. He had been in the star boundary for so many years, but he had never set foot in the Western Territory. He never thought that he would accidentally come to this place when escaping from the reincarnation world. He didn't know if this was the will of heaven. 10 days ago, when he left the oasis, Yang Kai went to kill a monster beast serpent. That monster beast was a 12th order monster beast, comparable to an ordinary second order emperor realm master. It seemed to regard the people in the oasis as food, and would eat one or two of them from time to time. Even if the people in the oasis wanted to escape, they couldn't. Anyone who dared to leave the oasis' 10-kilometer radius would die without a burial. A 12th order monster beast was a terrible nightmare for those people, but it was nothing to Yang Kai. Killing it in passing would be considered as returning a favor. Yang Kai didn't return to the oasis and left directly. He believed that in a few days the people in the oasis would discover that the serpent had been killed. He chased after it all the way, but didn't find any trace of Zhu Qing and her brother. Presumably, the two of them had returned to Dragon Island, or went to their own high heaven palace. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. Along the way, he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and experienced the unique customs of the Western Territory. It was quite carefree. It was rare for him to come to the Western Territory, so Yang Kai wanted to find a secluded place to set up a territory crossing space array. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to come to the Western Territory in the future. But after searching for a few days, he couldn't find a suitable place, which made him feel helpless. Although the Western Territory was barren compared to the other 3 territories, it was only relative. There were still many famous mountains and rivers, as well as sacred cultivation grounds with rich spiritual energy. The famous Assassin Hall was located in the Western Territory. The Assassin Hall was the overlord sect in the Western Territory, and was also the sect of the Great Emperors. Its founder was none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. Compared to the other Great Emperor's sects, the Assassin Hall was without a doubt the most mysterious one. This was because even the native cultivator in the Western Territory had no idea where this sect was located or how many people there were in it. However, this did not hinder the Assassin Hall's supremacy in the hearts of the Western Territory cultivators. If the Star Soul Palace was the sacred ground in the hearts of the cultivator in the Southern Territory, then the Assassin Hall had the same weight in the hearts of the cultivator in the Western Territory. The great emperors were experts among experts, and a great emperor proficient in stealth and assassination was even more terrifying. There was a rumor in the Western Territory that there was no obvious difference in strength between the great emperors, but if one were to ask them to name the opponent they were most afraid of, it would be none other than the great emperor's Night Shadow. This was not an honor that just anyone could obtain. The city was not small, so Yang Kai directly found a tavern and went inside. He found a table by the window and sat down. The waiter immediately came over to greet him warmly. "Sir, what would you like to order? Do you have sword wine?" Yang Kai asked. The waiter chuckled. Sir, you found the right place. There are thousands of taverns in Starpoint City, big and small, but there are only 10 that sell sword wine, and this little shop happens to be one of them. Yang Kai generously waved his hand. First, 100 jugs to moisten your throat. The Western Territory was not only famous for the Assassin Hall and the great Emperor's Night Shadow, but also for the sword wine brewed by the Winesward Manor. The brewing process of this sword wine was extremely complicated and time-consuming. It also required the assistance of experts proficient in the way of the sword to fuse their understanding of the way of the sword into the wine. Every jug was extremely precious. However, this sword wine was very beneficial to the cultivator. Drinking it over a long period of time could increase one's cultivation. It was especially beneficial to the cultivator, who cultivated the way of the sword, as it could help the cultivator comprehend the way of the sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this sword wine that the Western Territory generally had more experts using the way of the sword compared to the other 3 territories. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing first met, Zhu Qing kept pestering him, which annoyed Yang Kai immensely. In order to get rid of her harassment, Yang Kai had asked Zhu Qing to go to the Western Territory to try some sword wine. Originally, he had only intended to make things difficult for her, but unexpectedly, Zhu Qing had really managed to obtain some sword wine. Recalling the unfamiliarity and rejection at the beginning, and now that they were husband and wife, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The heavenly way was unpredictable, the heavenly way was constant, and all karma was a natural cycle. Zhu Qing probably never thought that the two of them would end up like this. Now that he had personally come to the Western Territory, the first thing Yang Kai thought of was sword wine. If he could bring back a large amount of this thing, it would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star should not be very strong, so when he brought them to the star boundary with the assistance of sword wine, their cultivation would definitely be much easier. Perhaps he could go to the Winesward Manor and find a way to reach a cooperative relationship with them. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so as long as he could meet their requirements, Yang Kai believed that the Winesward Manor would not refuse his proposal. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. But suddenly, a sneer came from a nearby table. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Sword wine is such a fine wine. Yet you actually want 100 jars? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, only to see a bare-chested, brawny man looking at him sarcastically. This brawny man had a bulbous nose, a toad's mouth, and was extremely ugly. A necklace of skulls hung around his neck. Yang Kai did not know what kind of beast these skulls were made of, but each one was the size of a fist and exuded a cold aura, further accentuating his ferocious appearance. Although his appearance was not impressive, what surprised Yang Kai was that this brawny man was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were 2 other people at the same table with this brawny man, both of them first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Yang Kai could not help but furrow his brow at this discovery. According to his observation, this Point Star City should not be too big, so it did not make sense for so many people from the Emperor Realm to be here. In fact, in addition to the 3 people at this table, there seemed to be 2 other people from the Emperor Realm in this hall. Their divine senses were quietly surging as they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong. These people from the Emperor Realm seemed to be waiting for something here. When their eyes met, the brawny man slammed the table and said sternly, "What are you looking at, you country bumpkin? What a bad temper." Yang Kai snickered inwardly, too lazy to argue with him. However, the 2 people from the Emperor Realm at the same table quickly said, "Master Xiong, please calm down. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of this country bumpkin. Let's talk about business." That's right, the other person quickly agreed. The brawny man with the surname Xiong coldly snorted. Yang Kai's show of weakness seemed to have made his vanity explode. He glanced at Yang Kai with disdain, then picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp with a complacent look on his face. Seeing that the disturbance had abruptly subsided, the waiter next to them broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Sir, had you come from afar? You have good eyesight." "Young man." Yang Kai smiled softly and did not deny it. Generally speaking, the waiter who worked in this kind of crowded environment would have a pair of excellent eyesight. Basically, they would be able to guess the identity of a person at a glance. Not to mention, there were some subtle differences between his clothes and the cultivator in the Western Territory, making him even more travel-worn. If the waiter could not even see this, then he would be too unqualified. The waiter smiled and said, "Then you can't blame the customer. I want to let the customer know that this sword wine can only be produced in the Wine Sword Villa. The annual production is limited. Although this little shop sells sword wine, the quantity is not much. So, 100 jars, this little shop can't take it out." Yang Kai understood and asked, "How many jars can I buy?" The waiter awkwardly said, "1 jar, only 1 jar." Although Yang Kai was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still surprised. It seemed that sword wine was not something that could be casually drunk even in the Western Territory. He really did not know where Zhu Qing got it from, but he did not care too much. He nodded and said, "1 jar is fine. I want the best one." As soon as this was said, the strong man next to him sneered again. "The best sword wine is something that you can drink? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You really don't know how long your face is." The other person at the table also sneered and said, "The forest is big. There are all kinds of birds. Master Xiong, why do you care about him?" The strong man shook his head and said, "This king looks down on these embroidered pillows who think they are elegant, but in fact, they have no ability except for appearance. This kind of people, this king will beat one when I see one, and if I see two, I will beat a pair." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and just looked at the waiter and said, "What's the point?" The waiter became more and more embarrassed and explained, "Sword wine is divided into 3 grades. This small shop usually only sells low-grade and medium-grade sword wine to customers. There is a jar of high-grade sword wine every day, which can only be obtained by participating in an auction." Auction. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He knew that this was a means of attracting customers. He immediately asked, "Today's auction, it was already auctioned this morning." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then give me a jar of medium-grade sword wine." "Oh, okay. Please wait a moment." Seeing that Yang Kai was so easy to talk to, the waiter was relieved and turned around to leave. Yang Kai turned his head and looked out the window. Seeing the stream of people shuttling back and forth below, he wanted to go to the Wine Sword Manor more and more. At this moment, some whispers entered his ears, and one of them said, "This time, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is bleeding a lot. They have issued a wanted order. Whoever can kill that little girl will be rewarded with 10 million high-rank source crystals. If they can capture her alive, the reward is even more amazing. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." The voice came from the table next to him. The 3 people were all from the Emperor realm and thought that their voices would not be heard by others, but they did not know that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he could hear them clearly no matter how low their voices were. A reward of 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals was something that even the people from the Emperor realm could not resist. After all, a top sect in the Northern Territory like the Fire Dragon Palace only had 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, and this was the entire income of the sect, so it was even less if it was divided among individuals. In comparison, 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals seemed a little scary. Chapter 2990. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person chimed in. Who told that little girl to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion? How could she survive after provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion in this territory? She would have died sooner or later. That person said that woman is really interesting. She could have killed anyone, but she chose to kill the young pavilion master. Although the old pavilion master had countless wives and concubines, he never had any descendants. It wasn't easy for him to have a son in his old age. So how could he let it go now that he was killed? If not for that, the reward wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, that young pavilion master wasn't a good person either. He relied on his status and the old pavilion master's indulgence to bully men and tyrannize women. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his background was powerful. Who knows how many women he defiled? I heard that the reason he was killed this time was because he took liberties with that little girl. The brawny man surnamed Xiong's eyes lit up when he heard this. So, that woman's looks aren't ordinary. The first person laughed. Of course, the young pavilion master has played with countless women. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could he take a fancy to any ordinary woman? To tell you the truth, I once saw that woman from afar. She was an outstanding beauty, just like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. If I could marry such a woman, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to cultivate in the future. How could a hedonistic young master like the young pavilion master be able to control himself after seeing such a woman? Unfortunately, what? Unfortunately, that woman's cultivation was also not ordinary. This one wasn't sure he could defeat her, so he could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. This king also likes beautiful women. The man surnamed Xiong grabbed the wine jar on the table and took a sip. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely bold and unrestrained. A wicked light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This king wants to see what kind of beauty that woman is. She's just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master. If this king sees her, she won't be able to escape even if she grows wings. With Master Xiong taking action, that woman definitely won't be able to escape," someone flattered. The brawny man surnamed Xiong laughed. "After this king captures her, I'll play with her carefully before handing her over to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for the reward." "That's good. If Master Xiong really manages to capture him, please let this little brother bask in the glory." Ooh. The brawny man with the surname Xiong chuckled and said, "Brother, your appetite is a bit heavy. You like my leftovers? It's just for fun. It's not like I'm going to marry her. What's the big deal? All right, then it's settled. I just don't know if the information is accurate. Is that little girl really going to pass through here? The news is confirmed without a doubt. That woman is very bold. After provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, not only did she not hide her whereabouts, she even killed her way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It seems that many people have died at her hands. Point Star City is the only way to get to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If she passes by, she will definitely reveal her whereabouts. We will just wait here. Didn't the two of you notice that there are many people from the Emperor Realm in Point Star City? They're all here for that woman. Humph, they think they can compete with me? They are simply overestimating themselves. It's fine if they don't interfere with me, but if they do, don't blame me for being merciless. Master Xiong is right. How can these pieces of trash compare with you? While they were talking, the cultivator with the surname Xiong suddenly raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was tasting the medium-level sword wine sent by the waiter. After just one sip, he frowned because he found that this sword wine was a little different from the ones he had drunk before. It was not on the same level at all. Although there was sword intent in the wine, it was extremely shallow. It rushed into his meridians and flesh and was easily dissolved by him. It did not have the slightest effect. The sword wine Zhu Qing gave him last time seemed to be of a very high grade. He frowned as he held the wine cup and suddenly felt bored. At this moment, the opened wine jar on the table was suddenly sucked to the side by a suction force. The brawny man with the surname Xiong laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, sword wine is not something you can drink. I reluctantly solved it for you. You don't have to thank me." The sword wine at this table had already been drunk, so when he saw Yang Kai ask for a jar, he snatched it without any explanation. As he spoke, he picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, his emperor qi rolling as if stimulated by the sword intent in the wine. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. This brawny man with the surname Xiong had repeatedly humiliated him, but Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him, so he did not expect him to snatch something from him. Yang Kai did not care for this jar of medium-level sword wine, and did not intend to drink it again, but it was a different matter if it was snatched away. Good wine. After drinking the sword wine, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was stimulated by the sword intent, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush red as he wiped his mouth and shouted happily. The other two people at the table looked at Kai Yang with ridicule, their eyes filled with ridicule. Yang Kai's face was cold as he snorted, "Kind people are bullied, kind horses are ridden. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but a piece of trash like you came to provoke this young master. It seems you want to die." Hearing this, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was startled for a moment before laughing. "Boy, what did you say? This king didn't hear you clearly. Say it again for me." Saying so, he deliberately turned his ear towards Yang Kai, as if he really wanted to hear what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai sighed. Some people are frogs at the bottom of a well, but they still think they are so great. The brawny man with the surname Xiong's face became cold as he stood up and said, "Boy, who are you calling frogs at the bottom of a well?" The two people at the same table also stood up abruptly and urged their Emperor Qi, one of them snorting, "Boy, don't talk nonsense here. This is not your backwater village. It's fine to say something wrong, but it's not good to lose your life. You're the ones who will lose your lives." Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, preparing to teach these three a lesson they would never forget. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud bang suddenly came from the distance, followed by a few screams that resounded through the sky, as if someone was fighting. Emperor Qi surged, world energy trembled, and principles appeared everywhere. In the next moment, a pink figure suddenly sped past. Yang Kai was sitting by the window, and when the figure passed by, he smelled a faint fragrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure, her hair fluttering in the wind, and her pink gown fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed far away. Following closely behind this woman, streaks of light sped past. "Bitch, how dare you run? Since you dare to show your face in Point Star City, you won't be able to escape this time. Chase after her. Don't let her get away. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." After a while, hundreds of people chased after her, including those from the Emperor realm and many Dao source realm cultivators. Obviously, they were just there to join in the fun. Yang Kai was stunned in place, his head a little dazed as he stared blankly at the departing figure, rubbing his eyes hard. "It's that little girl." A cry of surprise came from the side. "Let's go." Another person hurriedly leaped out. When the brawny man surnamed Xiong heard this, he was no longer in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. After glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, he stomped his big foot on the ground and directly broke through the roof to chase after her. The tavern was in a mess in an instant. The waiter rushed over after asking about the commotion, but he suddenly felt like crying. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this time. He hurriedly threw down some source crystals and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. A group of people swarmed out of the city. not paying much attention to his sudden appearance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure that was escaping in front of them. All of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they chased after her. For these people, that woman was equivalent to 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai joined the chase without saying a word. It was not too eye-catching, but there was only one question in his heart. Did I see wrongly? Just now, when the woman flew away from him, her speed was too fast. His attention was still on the people at the next table, so he did not pay too much attention to the woman's appearance. He only caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes. It was this glimpse that made his heart tremble, because he felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, and it was someone he had not seen for many years. If he was not mistaken, then it was too unbelievable. He did not dare to be too sure, so he planned to blend in with the crowd and observe carefully before making a decision. He did not want to embarrass himself if he recognized the wrong person. What's more, this woman was in a bad situation now. If he did not do well, others might misunderstand and think that he had ulterior motives. Outside Point Star City, the woman's speed was extremely fast, turning into a pink stream of light as she sped away. Behind her, a group of cultivators chased after her relentlessly, all of them treating the woman as a delicious cake. It did not take long for the difference in cultivation level to be revealed. The Tao Source Realm cultivators who followed her fell behind one after another. Only those from the Emperor Realm could barely keep up with the woman's speed. There were not many people, only about 10 of them, and most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. However, this was already a force that could not be underestimated, especially for the woman. Even though they were not close, Yang Kai could sense that the woman was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was precisely because of her cultivation level that Yang Kai was not sure if he recognized the wrong person. After all, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If this woman was really the one he knew, how could she have such a cultivation level? A First-Order Emperor Realm Master obviously did not have much chance of winning against so many pursuers. But very quickly, Kai Yang discovered that something was not right. The woman fleeing in front of him did not seem to be panicking. Her aura was deep, and it was obvious that she was not using her full strength. Instead, she seemed to be fishing. When this thought surfaced, Yang Kai could not help but laugh. He wondered if he was overthinking things. As they chased, they soon left Point Star City. In a wilderness 5,000 miles away from Point Star City, the woman who had been running away suddenly stopped. She stood quietly in the void, leaving the crowd with a beautiful back view. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling everyone who looked at her. The dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm who were chasing after her also stopped. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. The woman did not seem to be running away. Instead, it seemed like she was leading them into some kind of trap. Thinking of this, everyone quickly checked their surroundings, fearing that there might be some kind of spirit array or powerful helpers. Chapter 2991. After sweeping the area with their divine senses, everyone relaxed. There were no traps or spirit arrays hidden here, nor were there any traces of masters lying in wait. On the contrary, the young woman's posture with her back to them was very annoying, making them feel like they had been underestimated and extremely resentful. An old man with a rosy nose sighed, "Little girl, why did you provoke that wind in Cloud Pavilion? You've brought disaster upon yourself for no reason. Although this old master does not want to bully the weak, the reward is simply too good to be unmoved. Listen to this old master's advice and surrender. Otherwise, it won't be good if you get hurt in a fight." His tone was earnest and well-intentioned, but when he spoke, his eyes were rolling around. It was obvious that he was thinking of something devious. The others remained silent, but all of them were secretly circulating their emperor chi, ready to act at a moment's notice. The old man continued, "Little girl, you have no chance of winning. Stubbornly resisting will only cause you more harm. It's not easy to have such a cultivation at such a young age, but unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your strength. This old master is willing to be a mediator and go with you to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to ask for forgiveness from the old pavilion master and resolve this grievance. What do you think?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, the young woman chuckled. "If you hadn't secretly used that secret art on me, I might have really thought you were a good person. Unfortunately, your methods are too despicable. Master was right. The people outside are all insidious and cunning. How hateful." Having said this, the young woman suddenly raised her finger and swiped it through the void. With a light puchi, the sound of something being cut rang out, and a burst of light appeared in the air. The old man with the rosy nose trembled, and his face paled. Obviously, his secret technique had been broken, and he had suffered some internal injuries. He was both shocked and horrified, not having expected that this delicate little girl would be able to break his secret technique so easily. He instantly gained a clear understanding of her strength and became extremely wary of her. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the woman. It was unknown when this man had snuck up behind this woman, but before this he had not revealed himself at all. He had taken advantage of the moment when the woman had broken through Chubby Nose's secret technique to launch a sneak attack. This was the moment when the woman was most relaxed, so this man had grasped the perfect opportunity. His emperor chi surged as he raised his hand and summoned a large net-like artifact towards the woman. This large net flashed with 5 colors and was obviously a powerful emperor artifact, the kind that was specifically used to capture people. The huge net spread out and seemed to be able to envelop heaven and earth. It completely enveloped the space around the woman. The person who attacked laughed. "Ha, let's see where you can run to now." Although the woman's strength wasn't bad, she clearly didn't have much combat experience. When this unforeseen event occurred, she frowned and floated back. However, to her surprise, the net was like a maggot attached to her bones, and she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. What's more, the net was rapidly shrinking, trying to envelop her. If she was really caught by this emperor artifact, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong she was. After all, there were many people from the Emperor realm gathered here, so as long as they all swarmed her, they would definitely be able to capture her. The moment the woman turned around, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared blankly at this somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar face, unable to connect this woman to the person he knew. Is this really her? Yang Kai wasn't sure. At that moment, the person from the Emperor realm who attacked suddenly formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Withdraw!" The big net suddenly shrank, completely wrapping around the woman. A look of panic appeared on the woman's face as she tried to escape from the net, but the space around her had already been sealed. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful eyes as she knew she could only use her trump card to break this Emperor artifact. But at that moment, a strange force suddenly wrapped around her, and inexplicably, when the large net shrank, she found that she had actually escaped. The owner of the large net was obviously a little surprised and had a blank expression on his face, completely unaware of what had happened. Master said that if anyone hits me once, I will hit them twice. You have to take 2 of my punches, and if you don't die, I will let you go. After experiencing the sneak attack just now, the woman was obviously a little angry. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, but a beauty was still a beauty, so even if she was angry, she was still beautiful. Saying so, her tender body flickered, and she rushed towards the man, her pair of delicate fists glowing as she smashed forward from a distance of more than 100 meters. The man was still wondering why his emperor artifact didn't work, and upon hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Little girl, you are so arrogant. You don't put me in your eyes at all. This king doesn't know who your master is, but if he can teach a disciple like you, he obviously isn't a powerful person. Not to mention 2 punches, even 100. Z." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When the woman's delicate fists smashed down, the entire world suddenly froze, and he felt as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain. His chest felt stuffy, his breathing was labored, and all the blood in his body stopped flowing. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The cultivator from the Emperor realm was smashed to the ground like a meteor, vomiting blood in midair as his face turned extremely pale. Asterisk Pa. Asterisk a huge crater appeared in the ground as cracks spread out from the center of the crater, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's eyes widened, stupefied as they stared at the seemingly weak girl. They never would have thought that this seemingly ordinary attack would actually be so powerful. The visual impact gave them an extremely unreal feeling, causing them to involuntarily wonder if they had seen wrongly. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded, feeling more and more that this girl wasn't the person he knew. Although this girl was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, the strength she could display was extremely terrifying. If she was really the person he knew, she shouldn't be able to do this. Second punch. The girl flew down and arrived above the crater, punching down again as she spoke. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and could see more clearly. It was still a simple punch without any trace of secret technique, but it was this punch that made the crater more than 10 times bigger. The ground shook, and the First-Order Emperor, Realm Master, who was smashed into the crater, let out a muffled groan before he stopped moving. Many people swept over with their divine senses, and everyone was shocked. Dead. That person was actually dead. He was killed by 2 punches from a delicate and weak young girl below the crater. That person's death was too horrible to look at, and it could be said that not even his bones remained. Who is your master? The old man with the chubby nose asked in shock. Even a fool could see that something was wrong at this time. The girl's strength was astonishing, and it was obvious that she wasn't cultivated by an ordinary person. If her disciple was so powerful, how could her master be any weaker? It was very likely that there was some kind of heaven-defying master behind her. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the girl again and seemed to see a figure standing behind her. For a moment, everyone felt that they had provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked. This girl dared to kill the young pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so it wasn't without reason. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion wasn't ordinary, there were still a few great forces in the Western Territory that could contend with it, not to mention the elusive Shadow Killer Hall. Why do you care who my master is? You just plotted against me, so I'll punch you twice. After the girl finished off her previous opponent, she turned her gaze to the old man with the chubby nose and raised her fist. The old man was shocked. Although he was quite strong, he didn't dare to say that he was stronger than the person who had just died. If that person couldn't take 2 punches from the girl, he definitely couldn't either. That raised fist was white with a tinge of red. Although it was beautiful, in the eyes of the old man, it was a lethal weapon that could take his life. Panicking, he shouted, "This girl is strong. Everyone, let's attack her together. Little girl's skin is really pretty. Let me dote on you." An angry roar was heard as a burly figure pounced toward the girl. Everyone was stunned, thinking that there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. With the lesson from before, they were all prepared to retreat. After all, they were not a single piece of metal. If everyone could work together, there was a high chance that they could take down the girl, but everyone knew that everyone had their own thoughts. If they really rushed forward, it would only give the girl a chance to take them down one by one. When that time came, there would be heavy casualties. Now that someone had rushed out, it undoubtedly changed the situation a little. After seeing the appearance and cultivation of this person, everyone was shocked. Big Bear. It's actually him. This is great. With him taking the lead, this matter may be a success. For a time, those from the Emperor realm who were preparing to retreat stayed and watched quietly. Big Bear had already rushed in front of the girl, his Emperor chi surging. His fists, which were larger than bowls, were swinging rapidly, each punch containing enough power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. He was tall and sturdy, and when he attacked, his attacks were wide open and looked extremely fierce. Facing this incomparably violent attack, the girl pursed her red lips and silently countered it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two sides exchanged hundreds of punches in just a few breaths. Big Bear suddenly pulled back, a look of shock on his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The group was stunned. They saw that Big Bear's fists were a bloody mess while the girl was unscathed. Her enemy had retreated, but she didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue, and instead just glared at him angrily. So strong. Big Bear lowered his head and looked at his fists in disbelief, but the facts were right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually lost to a young girl in a fist fight. This made Big Bear feel a little embarrassed. With a roar, he formed a series of seals, and the skull necklace that had been hanging around his neck suddenly unraveled. The white skulls flew out one after another, turning into giant skulls. Their eyes flashed with eerie ghostly fire as they pounced towards the young girl. Chapter 2992. One after another, huge skulls flew through the air, spewing out extremely cold yin chi from their mouths. This yin chi seemed to be able to freeze one's Emperor chi. Clearly, they all possessed great power. In a split second, the girl was completely surrounded, and her figure disappeared without a trace. Big Bear coldly snorted. There are always some young juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, this king will let you know that there is always someone better than you. As he continued to form hand seals, the power of the flying skulls became more and more astonishing. A loud explosion rang out, causing Big Bear's expression to change. Shock was written all over his face. When he raised his head to take a look, he saw the skulls flying in the air as they were blasted away by a powerful force. The girl's figure reappeared, standing in the void like an unstoppable god of war. "How dare you destroy my Emperor artifact?" Big Bear's eyes turned red. All of a sudden, those skulls were his biggest reliance. But one of them had a dim light in its eye socket at this moment. It seemed to be floating around uncontrollably. Apparently, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. He did not expect that his Emperor artifact would be blasted away by the girl's body. At this moment, the girl had 2 boxing gloves on her fists. These boxing gloves were completely black and gave off an extremely profound feeling. Judging from the aura emanating from her fists, it was obvious that they were also very good Emperor artifacts. It was by relying on the power of these Emperor artifacts that the girl was able to blast away the surrounding skulls. Shouting, Big Bear commanded the skulls to attack the girl again. At the same time, he shouted, "Are you all here to watch the show?" After exchanging blows, he no longer had the confidence to defeat the girl and could only pin his hopes on the others. As long as everyone present could unite, the girl would not be able to defeat them with 2 fists, no matter how strong she was. The man with the chubby nose immediately echoed, "What are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to attack. With a flip of his hand, he summoned an emperor artifact that looked like a wine gourd. The gourd's mouth was pointed in the girl's direction, spewing out monstrous flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. As soon as he made his move, the remaining cultivators from the Emperor realm, who were still watching, finally couldn't hold back anymore. They summoned their Emperor artifacts and attacked the girl. In an instant, Emperor artifacts and secret techniques flew everywhere, making the scene very lively. Although the young girl's strength was not bad, facing the joint attack of so many masters, she was unable to withstand it. In an instant, she became flustered, constantly dodging the various attacks. She wanted to break through the encirclement and attack them one by one, but she lost the initiative and was trapped in place. From this point, it could be seen that she was indeed lacking in combat experience. She thought that she was strong enough to lure these people here, but who knew that she would end up being tied down? However, she was also quite strong. Every time she swung her fists, they would burst forth with great power and were not inferior to an emperor artifact. This pair of fists was almost comparable to an emperor artifact. The fact that she was able to stand firm under the joint attack of nearly 10 people from the emperor realm was enough to show her strength. To be able to achieve this with a body of flesh and blood. Yongkai only knew that the dragon race was capable of this. "Friend, why haven't you made a move yet?" Suddenly, someone turned to look at Yongkai and asked curiously. All the cultivators from the Emperor realm present had already made their moves, either rushing up or summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Only Yongkai was holding back, so naturally he was very conspicuous. Yongkai gently nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll make my move now." As he spoke, he pointed his finger to the side. "You." The man was shocked, not expecting Yongkai to attack him at the slightest disagreement. He had not provoked this young man and had not even met him before, so there was no reason for him to suddenly be targeted. What the hell is going on? Suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, the man hurriedly pushed his emperor chi to protect himself, while at the same time trying to put some distance between himself and Yongkai. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. No matter how he retreated, he could not escape the power of Yongkai's finger. As Yongkai's fingertip touched this man's body, a surge of power gushed out, and the Emperor Chi he hastily activated burst like a bubble, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, as his aura abruptly weakened significantly. Yongkai slammed his palm down again, and a huge palm print covered the man's vision, causing him to faint. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to turn pale with fright. The man with the chubby nose shouted angrily, "This man is with that slut." Yongkai chuckled. "Whatever you say." The reason why he had chased them here was to see if this girl was someone he knew. Now that he had probably mistaken her for someone else, he did not want to stand by and do nothing. These guys were obviously not good people and deserved to be taught a lesson. Saying so, the old man with the chubby nose waved his hand, and the huge gourd immediately flew back to him. The mouth of the gourd pointed at Yongkai, and the world energy instantly became chaotic. Just as the gourd's mouth was about to spit out flames, the chubby-nosed old man's vision blurred, and a person appeared 3 inches in front of him. See, the old man was shocked and focused his gaze, only to find that the young man had somehow appeared in front of him. What kind of divine technique is this? He had not even left a trace. Panicking, the old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out an arrow of blood, a cold smile appearing on his face. He thought that his attack would definitely succeed, but unexpectedly, the arrow of blood seemed to have been pulled by an invisible force and brushed past the young man's ear. How could this be? The old man exclaimed. He had launched a sudden attack from 3 inches away. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would be hit. So how could he have missed? Old dog, you're really sinister. Yongkai nodded and slowly raised his hand and patted the old man's chest. The old man was scared out of his wits in an instant, but he quickly noticed that there was nothing unusual about him. Just when he was secretly rejoicing, a copious and irresistible force erupted from his chest, and his entire body was instantly sent flying, as if he was struck by lightning. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Without control, the gourd emperor artifact reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. Yang Kai had crippled 2 of the Emperor Realm's cultivators in less than 3 breaths of time. Such terrifying combat power scared the hell out of the others. They thought that the girl was terrifying enough, but they did not expect an even more terrifying one to appear. Now, how could they still have the confidence to continue fighting? Everyone's complexion changed, and they scattered in all directions, wanting to escape this place. Only Big Bear was still entangled with the young girl. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but because no one cooperated with him, he lost the initiative and was unable to escape. This young master rarely acts chivalrously. If I let you escape, where will this old man put his face? Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, but his space principles fluctuated. With him as the center, an area of 1,000 feet in radius instantly turned into a cage. All the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who rushed to the edge of the cage were blocked by an invisible barrier and knocked into it. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out as the young girl who was suppressing Big Bear looked up towards Yang Kai, her head tilting slightly as a look of confusion appeared on her face. She vaguely felt that this person's voice was familiar, and when she looked at his back, it was also very familiar. Immediately after, a figure jumped out of her mind and called out, "Uncle Yang!" This name made Yang Kai tremble, and his broken hopes were rekindled. Looking back at the surprised girl, he asked in surprise, "Lil Yun'er, it's me, Uncle Yang, I'm little Yun'er." Lin Yun'er cheered, her excitement overflowing, perhaps because she had met an old friend in a foreign land. The girl was so excited that a layer of mist covered her eyes. "It's really you." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked Lin Yun'er up and down. "I almost didn't recognize you." Although he had some doubts before, Yang Kai really could not believe that this girl was Lin Yun'er. After all, many years had passed when Yang Kai took Lin Yun'er into High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star. She was only a 5 or 6-year-old girl at that time. Later, when Yang Inflammation left Hung Luo Star Field to return to the star boundary, he did not take anyone with him except for Lin Yun'er. After many years, there was no news of them. In a flash, many years had passed, and the little girl back then had grown into a young woman. If that was all, Yang Kai would not have failed to recognize her. Although a woman would change 18 times as she grew up, there were still some traces of the past. The current Lin Yun'er had many similarities with the past. What Yang Kai guessed was Lin Yun'er's current cultivation. First Order Emperor Realm. Moreover, she could fight above her realm. A cultivator of the same cultivation would be as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of her. If not for this, Yang Kai would not have dared to recognize her. When Yang Inflammation took her away, she was still young and her cultivation was pitifully low. Even if Yang Inflammation brought her to the star boundary and she had her own opportunities, she should not have grown so quickly, right? After all, he was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master now. Lin Yun'er's strength was almost the same as his. What kind of situation was this? However, no matter how shocked Yang Kai was, the fact that the girl was Lin Yun'er could not be changed. The way she called him Uncle Yang was the best proof. Back on Shadowed Star's High Heaven Sect, the little girl had always called him that. While the two were talking, Yang Kai's space principles were also interrupted, and the imprisoned cultivators of the Emperor Realm finally regained their freedom. They used their movement skills to escape, running far away in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai turned his head to take a look, frowned, and raised his hand to send out a dozen moon blades. Space was cut apart, and a few screams could be heard in the distance. Obviously, some people were hit, but half of them still managed to escape. Big Bear also wanted to escape. The battle with Lin Yun made him feel the threat of death. Only now did he understand how terrifying this little girl was, taking advantage of Lin Yun-er's distraction. He hurriedly called back his skull. His figure flashed, and he hid in one of the skulls to escape. Lin Yun-er also came back to her senses at this time. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Uncle Yang, I'll deal with him first. I'll talk to you later." Chapter 2993. Do you need help? Yang Kai asked with a smile. No need. The girl refused politely with a confident look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch at the skull Big Bear was hiding in. The surrounding space was squeezed out in layers of irregular fluctuations with terrifying power. Although Big Bear was fast, he could not outrun the power of this punch. With a loud bang, the skull was smashed to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. A crack appeared on the skull, and Big Bear's muffled groan could be heard from within. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he thought to himself, "This little girl must have obtained a lot of opportunities after arriving in the star boundary. She can actually display such powerful strength with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation. I wonder how Yang Inflammation managed to unearth the potential in her body." Thinking of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai's heart moved again. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Yang Inflammation for the past few years, but he had no clue. He could only vaguely guess that Yang Inflammation was in a great force called Star Court. Now that he had met Lin Yun, perhaps he could inquire about Yang Inflammation's whereabouts from her. As long as he could find Yang Inflammation, he could find a way to return to Hung Luo Star Field and bring his friends and family here. He had spent quite a bit of time in the star boundary, and now that he had established his own foundation here, the huge High Heaven Palace was enough for those on Shadowed Star to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Little girl, don't be so overbearing. Don't be so overbearing. Big Bear's somewhat flustered voice came out. While Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, Lin Yun had beaten him into a corner. Countless cracks appeared on the huge skull he was hiding in, and the ghost fire in its eye sockets dimmed, on the verge of extinguishing. He had also noticed Lin Yun's strength and knew that he was not her opponent, so he wanted to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Unfortunately, how could Lin Yun do as he wished? He did not know where the little girl had been training all these years. Although her mind was relatively pure, her temperament was extremely stubborn. She completely ignored what he was saying and only pursed her lips, smashing fist after fist onto the skull. After a dozen or so punches, the skull exploded into pieces with a rumbling sound. Big Bear jumped out of it in a distressed state. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai watched with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Destroying an emperor artifact with just her flesh and blood was an extraordinary feat now. This tyrannical girl was completely different from the little girl he remembered. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. With the skull destroyed, Big Bear's head and face were covered in dirt. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anger rose from his heart, and his evil intentions grew. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "If you don't want me to have a good time, then you won't have a good time either." Forming a seal with his hands, the remaining intact skulls suddenly flew up and burst into flames, releasing gloomy and cold flames that shot towards Lin Yun. Yang Kai's face changed as he vaguely realized how difficult these flames were to deal with. This kind of flame should be a kind of worldly exotic flame, and if one was accidentally contaminated by it, It would definitely not end well. Yang Kai wanted to warn Lin Yun, but he saw that she was not scared at all and simply faced these flames head on. In an instant, the girl's body was wrapped in these cold flames and she disappeared without a trace. Ha 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 ha! Big Bear laughed loudly. This little girl is really stupid. How could this king's netherworld ghost flames be so easily contaminated? Let's see if he'll die, or not. Hiss. His laughter came to an abrupt end as Big Bear's eyes bulged. As if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, his eyes filled with shock and horror. From the so-called netherworld ghost flames in front of him, a graceful figure walked out, the cold flames tumbling around her, but they were unable to harm her at all. At this moment, Lin Yun-er's body was blooming with a dazzling light that seemed to contain a mysterious power. It was this layer of light that blocked the netherworld ghost flames from harming her, allowing her to remain safe and sound. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as shock filled his heart. He could naturally tell that this light was not the power of a defensive emperor artifact, but rather some unknown secret technique that Lin Yun-er had used. What kind of secret technique could have such powerful defensive power? Master said that anyone who wants to kill me must be killed. Lin Yun-er whispered softly, a look of piety on her face, as if she regarded her master's words as the golden rule. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Big Bear. Big Bear sucked in a breath of cold air. His strongest divine technique had been broken so easily. So how could he still have the confidence to fight this girl? Seeing the girl rushing towards him so fiercely, he bit the tip of his tongue, burned his blood essence, and turned around to flee. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly noticed that the space around him had become extremely viscous, making it difficult for him to even move. Big Bear turned his head to look at Yang Kai, his face filled with grief and indignation, his eyes filled with blood and tears. He clearly noticed that Yang Kai had done something to cut off his hope of escape. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai smiled and waved at him, as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. Big Bear only felt the blood in his chest tumble as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The next moment, Lin Yun-er slammed into his back and threw out 2 punches. The sky was filled with blood, blooming like a rose, and bones were scattered everywhere. But the girl was like a pure white lotus, untainted by the mud. Suddenly, the girl withdrew her aura, and the pitch-black gloves on her fists disappeared without a trace. She flew into Yang Kai's arms like a bolt of lightning and cried out, "Uncle Yang!" This sudden turn of events caught Kai Yang off guard, causing him to be hugged by her. His whole body was pushed back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The girl's body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and her hair exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, and Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing elasticity. Yang Kai looked embarrassed, not expecting the girl to be so enthusiastic. Lin Yun-er buried her head in Yang Kai's arms and took a few deep breaths before raising her head, an intoxicated look on her face as she narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "It's this familiar smell. I can even dream of it." Looking at the girl's sincere face and listening to her heartfelt voice, Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Raising his hand, he patted her head and smiled. "Little Yun-er has also grown up." Lin Yun-er giggled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she took the initiative to open up some distance from Yang Kai, looking him up and down as she nodded. "Uncle, you haven't changed at all. Otherwise, if everyone had changed, I might not have been able to recognize you." After saying this, she hugged Yang Kai again, as if she would never let go. "This is not the place to talk. Let's talk while walking," Yang Kai suggested. "Wait a moment." Lin Yun-er did not move, as if she wanted to deeply remember this familiar smell and feeling. Since she did not move, Yang Kai could not force her and could only stand there. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, clearly feeling a warm feeling coming from his chest. Looking down, he saw the girl's long eyelashes trembling slightly, and the corners of her eyes were moist. "What are you crying for?" Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "I miss you." Lin Yun-er's tone was full of grievances. "I miss Auntie Yang inflammation, Annie Huang, Auntie Yi, and you. I miss you so much, but I can't see you. I don't know where you are. I can't find you." Yang Kai's nose was a little sour. Although the little girl's strength was amazing, she was still young, and it was normal for her to be sentimental. What's more, she was taken away when she was very young. Now that she finally saw someone from her homeland, her suppressed emotions were immediately vented. Raising his hand, he patted her back and enjoyed this rare warmth with her. Asterisk, Gulyalu, asterisk, a strange sound broke the atmosphere. Yang Kai was startled at first, but when he reacted to what the sound was, he almost laughed out loud. Lin Yun lowered her head, a blush climbing from her neck to her cheeks and spreading to her delicate earlobes. "Hungry?" Yang Kai lowered his head and asked. Lin Yun nodded imperceptibly. For her, this seemed to be the most shameful thing. Yang Kai was a little confused. Logically speaking, Lin Yun had cultivated to the First Order Emperor realm, so even if she didn't eat for decades, it wouldn't be a problem. At this level of strength, she could eat and drink, and the world energy was enough to satisfy her needs. So how could she be hungry? In the Emperor realm, eating was either to satisfy one's appetite or to cultivate. Yang Kai hadn't experienced what hunger felt like for a long time. Without asking any more questions, Yang Kai immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead to search. Although he didn't have any delicious food on hand, he had a lot of spirit fruits. There were so many exotic flowers and grasses in the sealed world bead's medicine garden, so it was easy to find a few fruits. Moreover, these fruits weren't ordinary spirit fruits. They were all extremely high grade. With a flip of his hand, 3 red fruits appeared in Yang Kai's hand, each the size of a baby's fist. "Do you want these?" "Uncle Yang, you're so nice." The girl immediately became spirited and forgot about her shame. She quickly took the fruit and put it to her mouth, biting into it with a satisfied look on her face. She seemed to be chewing slowly, but in fact, she was eating very quickly without losing her elegance. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, but there was a smile on her face, looking quite carefree. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out. "Wait a little longer," Lin Yun said before her delicate body flickered, and she disappeared into the distance. Lying, there was a severely injured cultivator from the Emperor realm, who was the first to be injured by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was curious about what the little girl was doing, but he saw Lin Yun eat the spirit fruit while throwing a punch at the half-dead man, directly blowing him into pieces. This scene made Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. Lin Yun turned around and went to another cultivator from the Emperor realm, doing the same thing. There was no hesitation in the whole process. For her, it was as if she wasn't killing 2 cultivators from the Emperor realm, but 2 insignificant insects. On one hand, she was innocent and naive, but on the other, she killed people without hesitation. Yang Kai found that he couldn't understand this little girl anymore. Chapter 2994. Master said that if we don't remove the roots when cutting weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows, Lin Yun explained. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, wondering who this master of his was to be so cruel and callous. Back then, when Yang Yen brought Lin Yun to the star boundary, who had entrusted her to, Lin Yun took the initiative to grab Yang Kai's big hand and flew in a certain direction, chattering happily. Along the way, Yang Kai spent most of his time listening. He wanted to ask her about her situation over the years, but he couldn't bear to interrupt her fun. Soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. Lin Yun was simply a foodie. His 3 spirit fruits were all emperor grade. Even if someone from the emperor realm ate them, they would need to refine them for a while before fully digesting them. But in the hands of this little girl, they were no different from snacks. After eating the spirit fruits, she even took out a lot of dried meat from her space ring. At a glance, it was obvious that the dried meat was refined from a very high-grade monster beast after its death and contained a great amount of energy. "Is it okay for you to eat so much?" Yang Kai couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun replied matter-of-factly, "Master said that only by eating can I have the strength to cultivate and fight. What kind of theory is this?" Yang Kai became more and more curious about her master. A day later, the 2 of them arrived at another city. This city was not inferior to Starting Point City in the slightest. There were so many people in the city that they were like carps crossing a river. In view of Lin Yun's performance along the way, Yang Kai directly took her into the largest restaurant, asked for a private room, and ordered a table full of sumptuous dishes. These delicacies were not ordinary food. Each dish was accompanied by spirit herbs and monster beast meat. Even if a master ate them, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as she ate heartily. A gust of wind blew away the clouds, shocking the waiters who served the dishes. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl could eat so much. When she was full, Yang Kai asked, "Xiaoyan, where is your anti-yang inflammation?" Lin Yun lay on the chair and touched her stomach with one hand. Even after eating so much, her stomach didn't grow at all. It was still flat. Her face was full of satisfaction and contentment, but when she heard Yang Kai's words, she suddenly pouted and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Wasn't she the one who took you away?" Lin Yun said, "Yes, but after she brought me here and handed me over to Master, I never saw her again. She also never came to see me." The little girl was on the verge of tears as she spoke. It was obvious that she was extremely sad. As she spoke, she grabbed a beast leg from the table and nibbled on it gently. It was as if she was trying to convert her grief into appetite. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and continued to ask, "What about your master? Who is your master?" Lin Yun didn't even raise her head as she said, "Master is master." Yang Kai said, "There should be a title, right?" Lin Yun raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After a while, she giggled and said, "I don't know, I've always called him Master. It's over. This girl is not only heartless, but also stupid." Yang Kai couldn't help but worry about her future. How could she survive in the star boundary with this kind of character? No wonder she could provoke that wind and cloud pavilion and be hunted down all over the world. He didn't know how she had grown up all these years. But then again, since Yang Inflammation entrusted Lin Yun to that person must be extremely reliable. From Lin Yun's current growth, it could be seen that her master must also be a master. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the kind of person who could control the world. Unfortunately, Lin Yun knew nothing about the identity of that person. So even if Yang Kai wanted to inquire, he couldn't find any clues. Yang Kai remembered that Lin Yun's physique was somewhat special. Yang Inflammation said that she had a tyrant strength body, and the reason why he took Lin Yun away was because a friend of hers cultivated a secret art that was very suitable for this little girl. Now, it seemed that Yang Inflammation's decision was the right one. Although the little girl had been separated from her family for many years, her growth was truly remarkable. If Lin Yun had stayed on Shadowed Star back then, she definitely wouldn't have had her current achievements. "Can you take me to your master?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Why do you want to find him?" Lin Yun was shocked and stopped eating as she stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of panic filling her face. I want to ask him about the whereabouts of your Auntie Yang inflammation. Oh. The little girl nodded gently before saying, if that's the case, you don't need to find him. Why? Yang Kai frowned and asked, because he won't tell me. I've asked him many times over the years, but he never tells me. Yang Kai smiled and said, if you ask him, he may have his reasons, but it's different if I ask him. So, if possible, I hope you can take me to your master. Lin Yun-er's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as she let out a dry laugh, her eyes darting around as she ate absent-mindedly. Yang Kai asked, curiously, is there something inconvenient about you? The little girl quickly waved her hands. No, there's nothing inconvenient. Saying so, she lowered her head and frankly confessed, Uncle Yang, I escaped. Yang Kai was shocked. What do you mean you escaped? Where did you escape from? Who imprisoned you? Lin Yun-er lowered her head and said, no one imprisoned me. I escaped from my master's place. Yang Kai was stunned. Your master didn't treat you well? He even restricted your freedom? No. The little girl hurriedly denied. Master was very good to me. He said that I was his successor. So he gave me all the good things and gave me delicious food every day. Yang Kai sweated. Since he was very good to you, why did you escape? Lin Yun-er said shyly, I just wanted to come out and have a look. I've been staying in one place and never come out. I also miss Aunt Yang inflammation, so I wanted to come out and look for her. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai laughed, but he was relieved, although he didn't know who the little girl's master was, since she said so. It meant that the person was really good to her. Lin Yun-er giggled again. Fortunately, I ran out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you. Uncle Yang, girl, let's discuss something. Okay, you see, I'm not old, don't call me uncle. Lin Yun-er tilted her head and thought for a moment, then laughed heartlessly. But you are little Yun-er's Uncle Yang. Okay. Yang Kai looked helpless, then suddenly frowned and said thoughtfully, your master should be very powerful, right? Lin Yun-er said with a smile of exultation. Of course, master is the most powerful. There is nothing in this world that he can't do. Yang Kai said, since he's so powerful, how did you escape from him? I ran away when he wasn't paying attention. What's so difficult about that? This reason left Yang Kai speechless. Just as he was about to ask something else, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Yun-er, don't eat it, it's poisonous. He suddenly noticed that Lin Yun-er's face had an abnormal color, which was clearly a sign of poisoning, since it could poison a first-order emperor realm master. This poison was obviously extremely powerful. Yang Kai blamed himself. Although he had checked the food a little before it was served, he didn't find anything unusual, but he didn't expect the poison to be so well hidden, completely fooling his perception. So it's poisonous. No wonder it tasted a little strange. Lin Yun-er burped as she spoke, then stared at the food in her hand. She kept chewing. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. She was clearly poisoned, and he had warned her, but she didn't take it seriously at all. Is this little girl's brain damaged? Just as he was about to take the food away from her, Yang Kai noticed another strange phenomenon. A green mist began to spread from Lin Yun-er's body, and this mist contained an extremely potent poison. How is this possible? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue. The poison mist was clearly forced out by little Yun-er herself. In other words, the poison in the food had no effect on her. Lin Yun-er obviously knew this, so she continued to eat without any scruples. Is the tyrant strength body so powerful, or is the inheritance of this little girl's master so powerful? Yang Kai couldn't figure out the whole story for a while, but he was relieved and exhorted, "Don't run around, I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai came to a place that looked like a kitchen. It was hot and rolling here, and many people dressed as cooks were cooking all kinds of delicacies. Yang Kai looked around, and his eyes immediately fixed on one person. This person's cultivation wasn't low, and he was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master. His whole body was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The person was clearly taken aback when he saw Yang Kai appear. He raised his hand, and a 5-colored poisonous snake attacked Yang Kai. The snake's head was ferocious, and it opened its mouth, revealing several fangs that flickered with a strange light as it bit straight at Yang Kai. "You're courting death." Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a moon blade, which easily cut through the poisonous snake's body, cutting it in half and causing it to fall to the ground. The black-robed man didn't panic when he saw this. He formed a seal with his hand, and the 2 halves of the snake suddenly exploded, turning into a blood-colored poisonous fog that enveloped the surroundings. Taking this opportunity, the black-robed man retreated, directly breaking through the wall to leave. With a bang, the kitchen collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The black-robed man had already escaped 1,000 meters away. "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the front. The black-robed man was shocked, and when he looked up, he found that Yang Kai had unknowingly appeared in front of him. With a flick of his sleeve, poisonous creatures of different appearances rushed forward. Among these poisonous creatures there were snakes, frogs, and spiders, all of which were brightly colored, and at a glance one could tell that they were highly poisonous. There were hundreds of them, and all of them suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Chapter 2995. Exile. A deep voice rang out as Yang Kai opened his hand and slapped forward. The space in front of him instantly collapsed as all the poisonous creatures were sucked into it and banished into the endless void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Space divine technique," the black-robed man exclaimed. He originally wanted to exchange a few blows with Yang Kai, but after seeing the power of this divine technique, he immediately gave up on the idea. With a shake of his black robe, his emperor chi surged, and his whole body suddenly became ethereal, as if he was about to melt into the surrounding air. This was obviously an escape technique that made it impossible for others to grasp his movements. The slightest carelessness would cause him to disappear without a trace. "Stay." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and space principles surged, wrapping the space around the black-robed man. The fading figure condensed again, and the pressure from the surrounding space instantly broke the black-robed man's secret technique, allowing him to reveal himself again. The black-robed man was really panicking this time. He had long heard that masters who were proficient in space principles were not to be trifled with, but he had never expected them to be so strong. Both he and Yang Kai were first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but the black-robed man did not have the confidence to fight against Yang Kai. The black-robed man forcibly pushed his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of space principles, but in the next moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from in front of him and grabbed his neck. A ferocious tsunami-like force rushed out from the big hand, shattering the black-robed man's strength. The black-robed man instantly lost the power to resist and was lifted into the air, unable to move. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a burst of energy tore through the air, tearing apart the black-robed man's head. A face full of pockmarks, as if it had been boiled in boiling water, was exposed. It was terrifying, and anyone who looked at it would shudder in fear. The battle between the two was brief, but it was inevitable that there would be some noise. When the divine technique was used, it attracted the attention of many residents here. As soon as the black-robed man's true face was revealed, the crowd below exclaimed, Poison Senior Buhong. Why is he here? Damn it. Why did Wind and Cloud Pavilion let this monster out? Run. We can't stay here for long. With the Poison Senior here, I'm afraid this place will be plunged into misery and suffering again. Why are you running? Can't you see that Buhong has been captured? TSK, TSK. Who is that person? He's actually so amazing. Are you blind? How can a poison master be captured so casually? That kid is dead for sure. No, I have to leave quickly. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die without a burial place. The crowd was in an uproar. There were actually quite a few people who were running out of the city as if their lives depended on it. It was as if the black-robed man was some kind of scourge, and they would lose their lives if they ran a little slower. Looks like you're quite famous. Yang Kai looked ahead coldly. Buhong sneered. Brat, you're dead. I have the myriad poison's body. If you hadn't approached me, I might not have been your match. But you didn't know the difference between life and death. You actually tried to capture me. You're courting death. As he spoke, a dark green aura spread from Yang Kai's wrist to his arm like a slithering green snake. Its speed was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into his sleeve. Kai Yang lowered his head to take a look, then casually said, With your trash poison? Bu Hong's expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to say something more, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai's arm in disbelief. Yang Kai had pulled up his sleeve, and the dark green aura was actually stuck at his elbow, unable to move an inch. A drop of cold sweat suddenly rolled down Buhong's forehead as he asked in shock, How did you block it? Yang Kai replied indifferently, As long as one's physique is strong enough, they will be immune to all poisons. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Buhong's eyes trembled violently, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His entire body was in a bad state. Even a third-stage Emperor, Realm Master, would not be able to resist his poison. But there was a first-order Emperor, Realm Master in front of him, who was unaffected. Although he was poisoned, the poison was blocked by his elbow, preventing it from spreading to the rest of his body. He simply could not accept this. How strong did one's physique have to be able to resist his poison? Buhong finally panicked when his biggest trump card failed. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent and the increasing pressure on his neck, he hurriedly said, You may have a way to detoxify this senior's poison. But what about that little girl? If you want her to live, obediently let go of this senior. Maybe she will still have a chance to live. Yang Kai snorted, You don't need to worry about her. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs. Ooh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai activated his Emperor Chi. With a soft pop, Buhong's neck was crushed. His head flew up, his eyes wide open, and his face filled with shock, as if he could not react in time. Even until his death, he could not understand why this young man did not care about the little girl's life. As his mutilated corpse fell from the sky, Yang Kai reached out and took Buhong's space ring. When the crowd below saw this, they were all shocked into silence. Poison Senior Buhong was dead. Poison Senior Buhong, who had wreaked havoc in the Western Territory and killed more than a dozen cities, had been killed so easily. Moreover, he had died a miserable death crushed by a young man with one hand. After a moment of silence, a burst of cheers came from below. Pairs of eyes filled with worship and gratitude looked up, as if Kai Yang had done something great that made them clap their hands in joy. This was indeed a good thing. In the past, the Honorable Poison Master, Buhong, in order to cultivate his poison arts, had made many attempts on the martial artists of the western regions. Often, in order to test the effects of his new poison, he would directly throw a lethal poison into a city and then hide within to observe its effects. He had slaughtered more than a dozen cities, and countless people had lost their families and families. When the people of the Western Territory mentioned the Poison Senior, they all hated him. Although this guy's cultivation was not very high, his poison secret art was unpredictable. Even a few second-order Emperor realm masters had died at his hands. Later, when a third-order Emperor realm master chased after him, he hid in the wind and cloud pavilion and had not shown himself for many years. Who would have thought that this time he would be defeated here? While the crowd cheered, Yang Kai was silently circulating his secret art to force the poison out of his arm. Bu Hong's poison was indeed powerful. In the past, Yang Kai estimated that no matter how strong his physique was, he would definitely be poisoned, but ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art and merged with the golden divine dragon source, his body had gained a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, greatly increasing his resistance to poison. The real dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies, and the masters of the dragon race were even more immune to poison. Although Yang Kai could not compare to the real dragon race, it was enough to suppress Bu Hong's poison. He had the advantage of the dragon race's bloodline. A moment later, a drop of green poison was forced to his fingertip. Although it was a small drop, it seemed to contain enough power to destroy a city. Using his space principles, Yang Kai banished this drop of poison into the void. His figure flickered as he returned to the private room, only to see the mess on the table. All the food had been eaten, and Lin Yun was carefully sucking on her 10 fingers. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, thinking to himself that this girl's master was not easy. How much did he have to spend every year to feed this big eater? Uncle Yang, you're back? Lin Yun glanced up at Yang Kai and smiled, and Yang Kai nodded and said thoughtfully, "Were you planning to go to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" "Yes." Lin Yun's pretty face sank when she heard this and said with a frosty expression, "Those people from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are too hateful. I heard from that young pavilion master that there are many imprisoned girls in his house. I want to rescue them." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed and she slammed the table and stood up. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I don't know where the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is." Lin Yun looked at Yang Kai innocently. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he asked, "Then how did you leave before?" Lin Yun grinned and said, "I just walked around randomly." Yang Kai immediately became worried and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you." Since he had nothing to do now, he wanted to chase after Zhu Qing and her brother, but now it seemed that Zhu Qing and the others had already left, so there was no point in continuing to chase them. In any case, he could meet them again when he returned to the Northern Territory. It was rare for him to run into Lin Yun, so he naturally had to prioritize her matters. Although this little girl was strong, there were always some existences in this world that she could not afford to provoke. With her naive temperament, there was no telling what kind of trouble she would cause, so it was better to follow her. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this and said, "Uncle Yang, you're so kind." Saying so, she rushed over and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pressing half of her body against his. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Yang Kai said earnestly, "Lil Yun, you've grown up. You're a big girl now." Lin Yun nodded repeatedly and said, and Yang Kai then said, "Since you're a big girl now, some things can't be like before." And Yang Kai opened his mouth but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and sighed slightly, knowing that this little girl had probably been protected too well and had not wandered outside in the past few years, so she had no idea what the difference between men and women was. Since she was a blank piece of paper, why should he use a secular pen to leave a mark on it? Abandoning the idea of educating her, Yang Kai was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and glanced around vigilantly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Do you feel anything?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yes, Lin Yun nodded immediately. Do you feel it too? Looking left and right, Kai Yang's nerves were stretched to the extreme. Inexplicably, just now he had felt a trace of hostility towards him, but now there was no trace of it. He didn't know if he was hallucinating or not. Yes, I feel very comfortable. Lin Yun'er giggled, ignoring him and hugging Yang Kai even harder. The two of them left the restaurant and asked for directions to Wind and Cloud Pavilion before Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and pulled Lin Yun'er inside. Soon, the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. Chapter 2996. As soon as the two of them left, a strange figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. He appeared out of thin air, as if he had always been there. Strangely enough, the passers-by did not notice him at all. This person was tall and sturdy with a dignified appearance. He wore a black robe and had a thick stubble on his chin, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was currently staring in the direction the flowing cloud shuttle had left with a pained expression on his face. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, making his entire expression look somewhat sinister and terrifying. After a while, his figure flickered as he clutched his chest with his hand and sighed heavily. After sighing, he suddenly disappeared again. This startled the people nearby, and they all rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion was considered a top sect in the Western Territory. Its status was equivalent to that of the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. The old pavilion master, Hua Xing, was a powerful third-layer emperor realm master, and was the backbone of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Even in the entire Western Territory, he was a famous figure. As a large sect, it was prosperous and had a heritage of more than 10,000 years. When its disciples walked the Western Territory, everyone had to give them some face. The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion were also proud of their sect. However, someone dared to slap such a powerful sect in the face. A month ago, the young pavilion master, who had gone out to play, was killed in a city 300,000 kilometers away from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's headquarters. When the news spread, the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion was shocked. The old pavilion master vomited blood on the spot and fainted in anger. If it wasn't for the old pavilion master's lack of cultivation, he was still a third-layer emperor realm master and was used to seeing great storms. Normally, even if the sky fell, he wouldn't frown, but this was something he couldn't bear. The old pavilion master, Hua Xing, was obsessed with the martial Tao when he was young. He cultivated arduously and traveled the star boundaries for great territories. He faced many difficulties and narrowly escaped death countless times. After 2,000 years, he finally cultivated to the third-layer emperor realm. Realizing that his cultivation had reached its limit and that there was no possibility for him to improve in this life, Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory and inherited the position of pavilion master. Hua Xing had reached the end of his martial path and had given up all hope. He could only place his hopes on his next generation, hoping that there would be someone with aptitude far superior to him and who would have the opportunity to become one of the great emperors. He understood better than anyone that a third-order emperor realm master was no different from an ant in front of a character like the great emperor, even though he seemed to have infinite glory. A single thought from any of the great emperors was enough to sever the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 10,000 years of heritage. After returning to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, he developed the sect while taking in wives and concubines. In just 10 years, he had over 1,000 beauties in his harem. However, the way of heaven was to take away what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. The higher his cultivation, the lower the chances of him giving birth to a child. He spent his entire life painstakingly guarding his young essence, avoiding women's charms. It was only when he reached the third-layer emperor realm that he began to work day and night. But the seeds he sowed showed no signs of sprouting. It wasn't until 30 years later that a concubine gave birth to a baby boy. Hua Xing felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure and began to nurture him with all his might. He originally thought that this baby boy was his hope, but as he grew up, Hua Xing discovered that this child's aptitude was far worse than his own. Even with the entire wind and cloud pavilion as his backing and his personal guidance, his cultivation was still bumpy. With such aptitude, it was already a miracle for him to reach the emperor realm, let alone aspire to become one of the great emperors. After realizing this, Hua Xing immediately changed his approach and decided not to pin his hopes on this child. Instead, when the child reached adulthood, he would immediately marry many beautiful concubines for him and encourage him to go out and have fun with women. The young pavilion master wasn't a cultivation material to begin with. The heavy pressure from the old pavilion master when he was young made him instinctively reject cultivation. In addition, his aptitude wasn't enough. His cultivation was built on a pile of emperor artifacts. So after getting the old pavilion master's permission, he didn't have any scruples. He spent most of his time on women's bellies, so gradually he got tired of his concubines and wanted to go out and have some fun. The old pavilion master didn't object, and even sent a second-order emperor realm master to protect him. The first time he went out, something happened. The old pavilion master didn't really like his son that much. If he could leave behind an heir, it wouldn't be a big deal if he died. But the problem was that he didn't even leave behind an heir. This was tantamount to cutting off the Hua family's bloodline. Hua Xing couldn't accept this. On one hand, he cursed his unfilial son for having eyes, but failing to see and provoking someone he shouldn't have. On the other hand, he hated the person who killed the young pavilion master and was determined to tear that person into 10,000 pieces to vent his anger. He immediately issued a bounty. The reward of 20 million source crystals did tempt many masters, but the news that came from outside made Hua Xing's heart tremble. The woman who killed his son was actually quite strong. Recently, many masters who wanted to offer a bounty had died at her hands. And judging from the direction she was actually heading for the wind and cloud pavilion. Hua Xing was furious. If that woman really killed her way to the wind and cloud pavilion, the pavilion's face would be lost. He raised the bounty to attract helpers while sending out masters to hunt her down, but the effect was barely satisfactory. Not only were the helpers attracted by the bounty useless, but his own pavilion had also lost several members of the emperor realm. There were also reports that the woman had found a companion from somewhere, and the two of them were traveling together. Wherever they passed, they were simply unstoppable. Wind and cloud pavilion, rear hall. Within the enormous hall, a pink aura suffused the air. Numerous beautiful figures lay there in disarray. Their gazes were blurred, and they breathed delicately without end. Waves of sounds caused one's face to flush red and their mouths to dry up. Although the old pavilion master was not young, he was extremely sturdy. At this moment, he was sweating like rain, plowing the bodies of beautiful concubines. Every time he thrusted, the woman under him screamed involuntarily. It was hard to tell whether it was pain or pleasure. A few other beauties were entangled around Hua Xing like snakes, constantly begging and moaning. Lightning flashed as the wind blew and the clouds moved. The entire rear hall was a mess, and the air was filled with a thick aura. After an unknown amount of time, when all the women were lying on the ground, panting weakly, Hua Xing let out a low roar and released his hope. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hua Xing glanced around coldly without the slightest trace of pity on his face and simply snorted before walking out. Opening the door, he saw a beautiful woman standing outside. Her head was lowered, but there was a hint of panic on her face. "What's the matter?" Hua Xing glanced at her coldly, faintly feeling that something had happened. The beautiful woman trembled in fear as she replied, reporting to Pavilion Master, "That pair of dogs has arrived at Long Cloud City." Hearing this, Hua Xing's eyes flashed fiercely and he gritted his teeth. They really did come. They don't put this king in their eyes at all. These juniors have gone too far. As soon as his third-layer Emperor realm aura surged, the beautiful woman's body went soft and she knelt on the ground. Hua Xing glanced at her and reached out to press her head. The beautiful woman's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master," Hua Xing said coldly, "What are you afraid of? This king isn't going to kill you." Saying so, he exerted a little force in his hand and pulled the beautiful woman closer to him. The beautiful woman relaxed, knowing that her life was not in danger. She quickly opened her mouth and cleaned up the filth. Judging from her posture and proficiency, it was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. Hua Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the coldness on his face deepened. Although he did not know the origins of that pair of dogs, from the information he had received these days, these two seemed to be extraordinary. These two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters had killed many Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters along the way. This was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. A few days ago, in order to kill them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had lost a lot of people, including several in the Emperor realm. This made the entire Wind and Cloud Pavilion extremely afraid of this pair. Hua Xing was also a little afraid. The more he learned about them, the more he felt that this pair was extraordinary. Although he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were still people in this world that he could not provoke. Not to mention those mysterious great emperors. There were also Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters who were more powerful than him. If he really provoked them, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion would have a hard time. But how could he not take revenge for cutting off his retreat? Perhaps he could let that person test the waters. It would be better if he could see the origins of that pair of dogs. Even if he couldn't, that person could capture them. At that time, the one who would offend them would not be him. That person was stronger than him, not weaker. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. That person had just come to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion as a guest, like a helper sent by the heavens. Wouldn't it be stupid not to make use of him? That person had been a guest of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for a while, and Yang Kai had entertained him with good food and drinks, as well as countless beauties. He should be able to help with this small matter, right? Thinking so, Hua Xing made a decision in his heart. He waved his hand and pushed away the beautiful woman who was still panting under him. He strode out, and after a few steps he had an extra set of clothes on his body. At the top of a mountain, there was a palace. At this moment, it was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 20 young women dressed in gauze were dancing in the palace. The gauze was almost transparent, and when the women danced, the beautiful places on their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible. They were even intentionally or unintentionally exposed to the big shots on the stage. Above them, a middle-aged man was squinting his eyes, his face full of pleasure and comfort. He was leaning against a large chair, holding two women in each arm. While enjoying the singing and dancing of the young women below, he was also enjoying the service of the beauties in his arms. He felt as if all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days had been vented, and he had regained his vitality. After all, this world was still a beautiful place. He was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. So why did he have to act according to other people's wishes? Wasn't it better to seek pleasure like this? Chapter 2997. He was a member of the Emperor Realm and a Palace Master. So he should have this kind of life instead of following behind others like a lapdog and living a precarious life. He secretly decided that even if there was a knife to his neck in the future, he would not do such a thankless task. The two beauties in his arms had delicate figures, and their exposed skin was like the most exquisite porcelain. He fondled them up and down, satisfying his craving, causing the two women to pant and grumble coquettishly, but this caused him to laugh heartily, extremely pleased with himself. Thinking back to the desolation from a while ago and comparing it to the comfort now, he couldn't help but sigh, secretly feeling sorry for himself. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked outside, a smile appearing on his face as he stood up and laughed. "Brother Hua has come. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Outside the door, the neatly dressed Hua Xing strode in. When the young girls who were singing and dancing in the hall saw him, they all bowed and respectfully greeted him, greeting the pavilion master. Hua Xing raised his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so courteous. Only then did the girls dare to continue their performance. Perhaps it was because of the pavilion master's arrival. These girls were even more diligent in their performance, becoming even more enchanting and charming. Their eyes flickered, obviously looking forward to something. "Brother Li, sorry to disturb you." Hua Xing cupped his fists and smiled. Li Jiao smiled when he heard this. "What is Brother Hua saying? This Li should be the one disturbing you. This is your wind and cloud pavilion. You are the master. Come, 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 sit here." As he spoke, he invited Hua Xing to the seat of honor. Li Jiao and Hua Xing hadn't known each other for just 1 or 2 years. Rather, they had known each other for over 100 years. Back then, when Hua Xing was wholeheartedly pursuing the martial Tao, he had once traveled to the 4 territories of the star boundary. When he arrived at the Northern Territory, he had some friction with Li Jiao. After a series of fights, not only did their enmity not worsen, but they even appreciated each other. It was at that time that their friendship was formed. Later on, they even explored a sealed realm together, so their friendship was quite good. However, ever since Hua Xing returned to the Western Territory to inherit the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the two had not contacted each other. After escaping from the reincarnation world this time, Li Jiao also came to the Western Territory. The place where he stayed was different from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. It was closer to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so he had the thought of visiting his old friend. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 100 years, Hua Xing still wouldn't forget Li Jiao. He naturally warmly entertained him and allowed him to live alone on a mountain peak. He even sent him beauties to serve him, and he spent his days seeking pleasure and indulging his feelings. He was happy and carefree. Li Jiao had been sullen for a long time. Ever since he lost the bet with Yang Kai in the High Heaven Palace, his days had not been good. First, the sect encountered a financial crisis, causing many of the elders in the Fire Dragon Palace to be filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything. Then, before the matter was resolved, he was dragged to the frozen earth by Yang Kai as a creditor. What happened after that was simply unbearable to look back on. Every time Li Jiao thought about it, he had the urge to cry. He was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, a third-order emperor, realm master. Even in the entire star boundary, he was a master among masters. As long as the great emperors didn't appear, a third-order emperor, realm master, was synonymous with the strongest. Who wouldn't be respectful and courteous when they saw him? However, when he was with monsters like Yang Kai, he didn't feel the slightest sense of superiority at all. The two dragon race were all pure-blooded great dragons of the 8th order and above. Just a little bit of their dragon pressure was enough to make him piss his pants. He had no choice but to serve them carefully. Even Yang Kai had the bloodline of a great dragon, although he was only a first-order emperor realm master. If they really fought, Li Jiao estimated that he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Those 3 were all his grandfathers. Li Jiao felt that he was no different from a grandson in front of them. Any one of them could order him around, but he didn't dare to complain or resist. The aura and confidence of a three-layer emperor realm master had almost been wiped clean. It was too humiliating. Just thinking about it made him cry. So, once he got rid of Yang Kai and the others, Li Jiao didn't have any thoughts of looking for them. He only felt that from now on he could fly as high as the sky, and if possible, he didn't want to see them again in this life. Coming to this wind and cloud pavilion as a guest, Hua Xing treated him well, allowing Li Jiao to regain his confidence. He was a dragon descendant, a third-order emperor realm master, an ambitious and ruthless character. He had been indulging himself for the past few days, and the resentment that had accumulated in his body had dissipated. He felt that the wind and cloud pavilion was even more comfortable than his own mythical dragon palace. Although the mythical dragon palace was his own sect, he still had to face a huge debt when he returned, and it would take him several decades to repay it. Just thinking about the faces of those senior elders who had tried to shirk their responsibilities, Li Jiao felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare to the freedom of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion? If possible, he could stay here for a few dozen years before returning. Presumably, Hua Xing wouldn't mind. After all, Hua Xing would be more than happy to have a master like him in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. So, when he saw Hua Xing, Li Jiao was overjoyed. He was thinking about how to tell him that he wanted to stay here for a while. Is Brotherly used to living here? Hua Xing asked with a concerned expression. Li Jiao laughed and pointed to the graceful young women below. How could this Li not be used to Brother Hua's hospitality? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is worthy of being called a beautiful place. It is much better than this king's Fire Dragon Palace. Hua Xing hurriedly waved his hand. Brotherly is too kind. My western territory is the most barren land in the star boundary. No matter how good the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is, how can it compare to your Fire Dragon Palace? Brotherly, don't forget that this Hua has also been to the Fire Dragon Palace in the past, so this Hua understands the situation there. These words were pleasing to the ear and even sounded like flattery. Li Jiao hadn't heard such words for a long time and immediately smiled, feeling comfortable in his heart. In this world, normal people are the majority. Those three monstrous existences are in the minority. Brother Hua doesn't need to belittle yourself. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is located in the Western Territory, and its scale and aura are already very good. It can be seen that Brother Hua has good management skills. This Li needs to consult Brother Hua about this. You flatter me. This Hua no longer has the heart to manage the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If this Hua goes to the Northern Territory one day, I hope that Brother Li can entertain this Hua. This Hua will be very grateful. Saying this, Hua Xing showed a pained and disappointed expression. Li Jiao said in surprise, entertaining is not a problem. Brother Hua and I have been friends for many years. If you go to the Northern Territory, how could this Li not entertain you? But what does Brother Hua mean? I see that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is showing signs of prosperity. If it operates for another 300 or 500 years, it will definitely reach a new height. Why is Brother Hua sighing? Could it be that you have encountered a problem? Hearing this, Hua Xing smiled bitterly and grabbed the wine cup in front of him with a lonely face, drinking it in one gulp, and said with flagging interest, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Ew. Li Jiao's face sank as he said angrily, Brother Hua, you and this Li have been friends for hundreds of years. What dirty linen should not be aired in public? If you really encounter a problem, Brother Hua may as well tell me. If this Li can help, this Li will definitely not stand idly by. A light flashed in Hua Xing's eyes, but he hid it well and said with a bitter smile, this Hua appreciates Brother Li's kindness, but This is the wind and cloud pavilion's matter. Li Jiao got up and said with a sullen face, so, Brother Hua is treating me as an outsider? Since Brother Hua and I are so distant, this Li will not disturb you. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Brother Hua, this Li will take his leave. Saying so, he strode out of the room, looking as if he was really going to leave this place. Hua Xing quickly stood up and grabbed Li Jiao's sleeve, saying, Brother Li, please don't be angry. This was wrong. Okay? Li Jiao looked back at him. He had originally intended to leave, so at this moment, he naturally stayed behind and said sincerely, Brother Hua, you and I have gone through life and death together. Although we have not seen each other for 100 years, our friendship has not diminished. If you are in trouble, this Li is willing to help. Hua Xing showed a moved expression and said gratefully, Brother Li is so righteous. This Hua was narrow-minded. After struggling for a while, he resolutely said, Fine, Brother Li is not an outsider. I am not afraid of losing face by saying this to you. Please sit down and talk. Li Jiao sat down again and personally poured wine for Hua Xing, then quietly looked at him. Hua Xing opened his mouth and sighed again. He downed his cup of wine and bitterly said, Brother Li, I won't hide it from you. Wind and Cloud Pavilion has been trampled on by others. We've lost a lot of face recently. What happened? Li Jiao frowned when he heard this. Although he had been here as a guest these days, he spent his days indulging in wine and pleasure. He didn't pay attention to the matters of the outside world at all. The young girls who came to serve him naturally wouldn't tell him these things, causing his news to be somewhat blocked. Who dares to be so bold? Li Jiao was furious and slammed the table, muttering in his heart. Hua Xing's cultivation was similar to his, and although he was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master because of his dragon race bloodline, even if he was stronger than Hua Xing, there was still a limit to his strength. Hua Xing's posture was as if he had encountered a strong enemy. He didn't know what kind of person the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had provoked to make him so helpless. Li Jiao secretly regretted acting so boldly just now. He should have taken the opportunity to leave. Now that he had gotten into trouble, it would be difficult to get rid of it easily. While he was on tenterhooks, he heard Hua Xing say, It's just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She killed my child. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes became moist, and he grabbed the wine pot on the table and gulped it down, as if he wanted to avoid the pain and never wake up. Little girl. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead, as a face that terrified him involuntarily appeared in his mind. Asking in surprise, what did that little girl look like? Did she have red hair? He was really afraid. If the woman who killed the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's young pavilion master was Zhu Qing, then even if he had to fall out with Hua Xing, he would leave this place quickly. Although he had some friendship with Hua Xing, only the two of them knew how reliable this friendship was. Offending a member of the dragon race, a ninth-order great dragon at that, because of this unreliable friendship, Li Jiao's brain wasn't damaged. Chapter 2998. Red hair. Hua Xing was a little confused by his words and looked at him doubtfully, shaking his head. Not red hair. That little girl has black hair. Although he didn't know why Li Jiao asked this question, he could vaguely guess what Li Jiao was afraid of. Is there someone he's afraid of? Hua Xing was puzzled. Black hair. Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. If it was black hair, then it definitely wasn't Zhu Qing. Just in case, he carefully asked, what is that little girl's cultivation? First-order Emperor Realm. Li Jiao was stunned. Just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm. This definitely wasn't Zhu Qing, so Li Jiao was completely relieved. Yes, that's why this Hua feels like he has lost face. Hua Xing took another pot of wine and gulped it down, wiping his mouth and complaining, "Brother Li, you know this Hua situation. After working hard for so many years, I only have one son. I was hoping that he could inherit this Hua's position as pavilion master, but who would have thought? Who would have thought?" He choked up at this point. Li Jiao comforted him. "Brother Hua must be sad to see his son die before him. Brother Hua, please restrain your grief." Hua Xing slammed the table and said with murderous intent, "If this Hua doesn't get revenge, this Hua is not human." Li Jiao said, "This kind of blood feud naturally has to be avenged." After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "But this Li doesn't quite understand. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion is extremely powerful in the Western Territory, and Brother Hua is a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Could it be that you can't do anything to that little girl?" Hua Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You don't know, but although that little girl's cultivation isn't high, she is extremely strong. This Hua underestimated her a few days ago and sent some of the pavilion's masters to capture her, but unexpectedly, they were all killed by her. There was even a second-order Emperor Realm Master among them." "Oh, she can actually fight above her realm?" Li Jiao raised his brow. "It seems that this little girl is quite a tricky character." He then thought of Yang Kai and said solemnly, "There aren't many people who can fight above their realm. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely become a great talent in the future." Hua Xing said, "My Wind and Cloud Pavilion has lost a lot of face recently because of this. Please help me, Brother Li." Li Jiao said, "Brother Hua is too serious. That little girl is indeed powerful, able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But if Brother Hua were to personally take action, I don't think she would be able to do anything. I also understand Brother Hua's strength. Although I would like to help, it's still better to personally avenge my son's death." Hearing this, Hua Xing smiled bitterly. "How could I not understand this logic? Ever since my son was killed, this Hua has been unable to eat or sleep in peace these days. I wish I could pull out that lowly servant's tendons and skin her alive. If I could take revenge with my own hands, I would not be lenient. But what?" Li Jiao looked at him curiously, not understanding why he would ask him for help. "Brother Li, you'll know when you see it." As Hua Xing spoke, he extended his wrist. Li Jiao suspiciously stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on his wrist. A moment later, his expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Hua is injured? Who did this?" Hua Xing said dejectedly, "When the news of my son's death reached this Hua was in secluded cultivation. Due to the shock to my mind, I almost became the demon race. Although I managed to restore the qi in my body, it was inevitable that I suffered some internal injuries. If not for that, this Hua would have taken action personally. How could I allow that lowly servant to be alive?" "So that's how it is." Li Jiao nodded slightly, a touch of sympathy appearing on his face. Hua Xing did not have it easy. He only had one son, so it was really difficult for him to accept that his son was suddenly killed. That lowly servant was able to kill a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so her strength is definitely not weak. This Hua is not in a good condition right now, so if I act rashly, it will be fine if I succeed, but it will be embarrassing if I fail. Brother Hua is right." Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, "I understand Brother Hua's meaning. Rest assured, leave this matter to this king. I will definitely teach that little girl a lesson." Hua Xing was overjoyed when he heard this. He stood up and bowed to the ground. "Many thanks, Brother Li. With Brother Li personally taking action, that lowly servant will not be able to cause trouble no matter how strong she is." Li Jiao raised his head slightly and smiled. "This Li has also been here for some time. Since Brother Hua is in trouble, this Li cannot just stand by and watch. And may I ask where that little girl is now?" Hua Xing said solemnly, I won't hide it from Brother Li. That lowly servant is now in Long Cloud City, 50 kilometers outside of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. She actually dares to come here? Li Jiao's expression turned ruthless as he snorted lightly. Her courage is not small. Hua Xing gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, that lowly servant is relying on her little bit of strength to not put my Wind and Cloud Pavilion in her eyes. This time, I will have to trouble Brother Li, Li Jiao said. Since she is not far away, why don't we let her break into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion before this king takes action? She will definitely not be able to return. Hua Xing smiled bitterly. If she really succeeds in killing her way into the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and breaking into the sect-defending array, then Li Jiao thought for a moment and understood Hua Xing's misgivings. He nodded and said, It is indeed inappropriate. This Li did not consider it thoroughly. How about this? This king will make a trip to Long Cloud City and capture that little girl. This is exactly what this Hua wants. I will have to trouble Brother Li. This matter should not be delayed. This king will leave now. While speaking, Li Jiao got up and walked out. I await Brother Li's good news. Hua Xing cupped his hands and sent him off. On the mountain peak, Li Jiao soared into the sky and flew into the distance. When his figure disappeared, the smile on Hua Xing's face gradually faded. He stood in place with a frown and thought for a while before he coldly snorted and strode away. For him, being able to persuade Li Jiao to take action this time was enough. He had not been able to inquire about the origins of that man and woman, but since they had so blatantly attacked the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, it was obvious that they had something to rely on. If the two of them really had a strong background, then offending them would be Li Jiao's doing and would have nothing to do with his Wind and Cloud Pavilion. He just needed to wait quietly for news. In Long Cloud City, the air was full of the smell of blood. Broken walls and walls were everywhere, and the ground was covered with scarlet blood and broken limbs. Long Cloud City was only 50 kilometers away from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and it was an important stronghold for the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to communicate with the outside world. In other words, this city was one of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's properties. Yang Kai and Lin Yun had a clear goal on their way here. It was obvious that they wanted to go straight to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. So how could the Wind and Cloud Pavilion not have made arrangements in Long Cloud City? The pavilion had a second-order emperor, realm master leading the team, hundreds of disciples and many masters from the emperor realm who were attracted by the bounty, and had already laid out a shocking spirit array, waiting for the two to walk right into it. So, as soon as the two stepped into Long Cloud City, they were recognized, and a great battle broke out in an instant. In just an hour, almost half of Long Cloud City was destroyed, and the hundreds of disciples of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion suffered heavy casualties. Even the second-order emperor, realm master leading the team, was blown to pieces by Lin Yun-er's punch. With the spirit array broken, the rest of the people scattered like birds and beasts. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were still alive hurriedly fled back to their headquarters. Those from the Emperor realm who were attracted by the bounty either died or fled. The entire Long Cloud City was in a state of panic. Halfway through, Li Jiao rushed over and blocked the path of a group of Wind and Cloud Pavilion disciples who were covered in blood. What's going on? Li Jiao's emperor pressure made the group tremble in fear, not daring to act rashly. You are Master Li? The first-order emperor, realm master in the lead, recognized Li Jiao and looked at him with joy. Who are you? Li Jiao glanced at the man. The man from the Emperor realm hurriedly cupped his fists and said, This one is Wind and Cloud Pavilion's 9th elder, Kai Shi. Greetings, Master Li. You recognize this king? Kai Shi hurriedly said, When Master came to our pavilion a few days ago, This Kai had seen Master's elegant demeanor from afar. "Oh, so it's you?" Li Jiao had some impression of this guy. When he went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few days ago, he seemed to have seen this guy. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you all in such a sorry state?" Kai sure blushed and said awkwardly, "I'm ashamed to say this, but the thief was fierce, and we were no match for her. The pavilion's masters suffered heavy casualties." "Is that little girl really that amazing?" Li Jiao raised his brow. Kai sure said, "Even Second Elder died, tragically at her hands. The 9 nether chain array we set up was broken in less than an hour." Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. "It seems that Wind and Cloud Pavilion has provoked an incredible person this time." Kai sure said, "I'm afraid only the pavilion master can subdue her." Li Jiao raised his hand and said, "There's no need to ask your pavilion master to take action. He has already entrusted this matter to me. This king will deal with that little girl." "Ooh." Kai Shure's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked in pleasant surprise, "Masterly wants to take action? Why else would this king come here?" Li Jiao responded proudly, "That's great. With Masterly taking action, that thief won't be able to cause any trouble." Li Jiao impatiently said, "Come with me. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return and report back." "Yes, yes, yes, please, Masterly," Kai Shure repeatedly responded, the panic on his face disappearing. He had heard Hua Xing say that this Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, so although they were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, Hua Xing knew he was not his opponent. With such a master taking action, this matter would be much easier to handle. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and even their second elder had been killed. They had been worried about how to report back, but unexpectedly, a savior like Li Jiao had arrived. How could they not be happy? In his opinion, no matter how strong the man and woman in Long Cloud City were, they could not defeat Li Jiao. As long as they captured them and brought them back, they would be able to make up for their mistakes and save some face for Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, Kai Shure was extremely attentive and took the initiative to lead the way. Not long after, the group of people returned to Long Cloud City. Li Jiao swept his divine sense and saw that the city was in a mess. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's people were also trash. A mere little girl could actually make them feel helpless. He really didn't know how Hua Xing disciplined his subordinates. If this had happened in the Fire Dragon Palace, that little girl would have died countless times already. Where are they? Li Jiao couldn't find the enemy's aura for a while and asked with a frown. Kai Shure said they should be in the City Lord's mansion. They killed many of the pavilion's people before directly breaking into the City Lord's mansion. They probably want to plunder some wealth. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.